This is a test of the City of Palatka audio system. This is a test of the City of Palatka audio system.
Good evening, everyone. We'd like to welcome you to the May 26, 2022 City of Palatka Commission meeting. At this time, we're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. If everyone will please stand for the pledge and the invocation. Please join me in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Chaplain Mulberry.
Yes, Father, we thank you once again for this day. We thank you for your love, kindness, and certainly for the multitude of your tender mercies. God, we thank you because you've been so good. You've been so kind. You've been patient, long-suffering towards us. We pray, God, that you will bless this meeting to come together tonight to do the business of the city. Pray for the wisdom and guidance of your spirit, God, to rest upon these your servants. We give you praise tonight and glory for it. In Jesus' name, thank God. Amen. Amen.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Tammy McCaskill, excused absence. Commissioner Will Jones.
Present.
Commissioner Justin Campbell.
Present.
Commissioner Rufus Borum.
Present.
Mayor Terrell Hill.
Here.
We have a quorum, sir.
Thank you. Has everyone had an opportunity to review the minutes from our May 12th, 2022 meeting?
Motion to approve. Second.
There's a motion on the floor and a second. Is there any further discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up is our public recognitions and presentations. First up is Student of the Month that's being canceled until next school year. We're going to go ahead and move forward. Our Student of the Month, this is our final student. This is our final Student of the Month for the year. It's been, this school year has gone extremely fast. So I know I saw a couple of people here who didn't think it was funny that we canceled. But this school year has gone extremely fast. And I think before we get started, I want to make sure that we take a moment of silence for the families who were involved in the horrific events from this week. So if everyone with me at this time will just bow your heads in prayer for the families that have been involved in these mass shootings all throughout this country, senseless deaths. And so at this time, we're just going to pause for a moment of silence, prayer for our country and prayer for the bereaved families. Thank you. And so as we continually celebrate graduation, advancement for our students that just finished the round of testing, this is an opportunity for us all to celebrate the greatness of the students who were selected as Student of the Month for the month of May. We are doing Student of the Month virtually, but we have a few students who've joined us today. So for the students who are joining us today, we'll give you your plaque as you come up. We want to make sure that we celebrate you as well. But before we get started, we want to make sure we always thank the parents. So parents, grandparents, extended family members who are with us on Zoom land, as well as some of the grandparents who are here in the audience, along with parents. We just want to thank you for the work that you do with your children and for raising them and training them up properly. And so again, it takes a village to raise a child. So to all family members and extended family members, again, thank you for the wonderful job that you do. It's always a pleasure to recognize our former Fire Marshal, Assistant Chief, Mark Lindy, who's in the audience with us today. I don't know if he's tired or retired. We'll just go ahead and say retired. So again, if you can stand up for us so we can recognize you right now, let's give a round of applause to our Fire Marshal. Also, we want to make sure we say thank you to our educators. Our educators work tirelessly. They never get enough thank yous for the work that they do, the sacrifices that they make for our students, And at this time, we just want to say thank you for everything that you've done, not just for this school year, but in its entirety, in dedicating your career to the upbringing of our children. And so again, let's thank our educators. So this month, joining me is Commissioner Jones. For Student of the Month, Commissioner Jones, you got any words for our students as we get started?
Absolutely. I would like to say congratulations to all of the students that have been selected for Student of the Month this month. And since it's the end of the school year, I would also like to recognize all the students that were not selected as Student of the Month. I say congratulations to them for being promoted to their next endeavor in school. Again, congratulations to you guys that are being awarded tonight and all of the students of Putnam County.
Okay, and now Student of the Month for the month of May 2022. I will butcher at least 3 names, so don't blame it on me, just blame it on pronunciation. First up, from Brown and Pierce Elementary School, Lexi Lane. Next up, Children Reading Center Charter School, Landon Smith. From Hillcrest Academy, Ryland Knowles. Raylan Knowles. From James A. Long Elementary School, Jalea Roberts. From Kelly Smith Elementary School, Caden Hacker. So from the Patriots. Caden, I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess that you play baseball. So congratulations. We'll have you hang out with us for a little bit, Caden. From Mellon Learning Center, Pre-K, Shadrick Williams. Man, you look so much taller on that picture. Come stand up here with us for a little bit. Man, you look so much taller. You can hold it. You hold it and turn around so they can see you with it. I swear. Let's give it up. Man, I swear you look 6'2" on that picture. Next up, from Mellon Learning Center, K through 12, Marco Smith. From Mosley Elementary School, Desire Bowling King. From Palatka Junior Senior High School, Jonathan Gibbons. Also, top 50 scholar for Putnam County this year. Let's give it up for Jonathan. Next up, Penn Isle Baptist Academy, Turner Hersey. From Putnam Academy of Arts and Sciences, Olivia Browning. From Putnam Edge High School, Samantha Hanna. That concludes our Student of the Month. This year, I think Commissioner Jones celebrates about 35 years out of high school. And so we want to leave you guys with a very important saying, something that I learned in the 3rd grade in Miss Green's class. We started every day out by simply saying, I am somebody. If my mind can conceive it and my heart can believe it, I know I can achieve it because I am somebody. You guys are somebody special. You're destined for greatness. Keep up the good work, guys. And we're looking forward to you being the leaders of tomorrow. So again, congratulations to all our Student of the Month, and thank you for your great job this year. And we look forward to you doing even more next school year. Again, let's give them a round of applause. It's a big man there. It makes you feel tall now, huh? Yeah, thanks, guys. Take care. Thank you. Next up is proclamation for Memorial Day. Let's give a round of applause for our veterans as they come forward at this time. Sir, you gonna join me today?
Yes, sir. I'm gonna be going down.
Can I get the rest of my veterans to come join me? Even those ones from the city, they're in the back of the room. All the veterans, if you can, come forward at this time. Oh, Chief? He played basketball. He didn't go.
Whereas Memorial Day is a patriotic holiday in the United States that is celebrated in the last Monday in May. And whereas Memorial Day, originally called Decoration Day, was first observed in 1868 to honor the servicemen who had fallen during the Civil War. And whereas Memorial Day, which was declared a national holiday by an act of Congress in 1971, now honors all servicemen and women who paid the ultimate sacrifice in every war that the United States has entered. And whereas we now designate this day to remember loved ones who have passed on, as well as remembering our servicemen and women. And whereas this day is commemorated with parades and memorial dedications and by decorating grave sites with flowers and flags. Now, therefore, I, Terrell O. Hill, Mayor of the City of Palatka, together with the members of the Palatka City Commission, do hereby endorse and proclaim May 30th, 2022 as Memorial Day. And we urge our citizens to remember the servicemen and women who sacrificed their lives for their country. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the City of Palatka this 26th day of May in the year of our Lord 2022.
So moved. Second.
There's a motion on the floor in a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Let's give a round of applause for veterans. Memorial Day. Gentlemen, if you can, since I have you assembled around the room, can you state your name and your branch before you leave us?
Army, 10 years old. 10 more years, Army Airborne, 18 years. Both medals, United States Navy. I took them anywhere they wanted to fight.
No Navy. Dual McNair, United States Navy.
Lefty Shepherd, United States Army.
You want to give us any words and instructions for, can you go to the mic and do it so we can get it, so everyone can hear you in Zoom land? Can you make sure it's on? That's the button right there. Yes, sir.
I want to take time to thank the city and the mayor and the commissioners for city for the proclamation of Memorial Day. Invite everybody to participate and join us in Memorial Day observance and remember what it's about to remember our fallen. You know, it's not proper to say happy birthday. It's a humble time. It's a memorial time to remember our fallen. And again, thank you guys and thank everybody. And please come and join us.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Let's make sure we come out on Monday and support the parade as well. At 10 a.m. on Monday morning, please come out and support the parade, support Memorial Day parade. So after a wonderful time at Blue Crab, we will be out celebrating and paying homage to those who paid the ultimate price. And so again, it made the ultimate sacrifice. So Monday at 10 a.m., we will have the Memorial Day parade. It is always a wonderful gathering in Putnam County and a way for us all to say thank you. So again, thank you very much. Next up, proclamation for Juneteenth.
Thank you. Whereas the Emancipation Proclamation was formally issued on January 1, 1863, declaring that enslaved Africans in the Confederate States of America were to be freed. And whereas news of the issuance of the Emancipation Proclamation was not immediately delivered to the most remote areas of the Confederate States of America. And whereas news of the abolition of the enslavement of Africans was not delivered to all Confederate states until after the conclusion of the American War. And whereas all of the Confederate states received news of the end of the enslavement of the African people on June 19, 1865. And whereas Juneteenth, a linguistic blend of the words June and 19th, was adopted to commemorate this historical and pivotal date in American history. And whereas beginning on January 1, 1980, several states and municipal governments in the United States have declared Juneteenth a legal holiday. And whereas Juneteenth is celebrated nationally and internationally to recognize the end of the enslavement of Africans in the United States and to celebrate the culture and achievements of African Americans. Whereas Juneteenth was made an official city holiday in 2020 to provide all city residents an opportunity to learn, reflect, and celebrate the rights, privileges, cultural achievements, and sacrifices of African Americans in and to the city of Palatka and to this country. And whereas today millions of Americans of all races, creeds, religions, and ethnic backgrounds celebrate Juneteenth, which not only celebrates freedom, but also acknowledges the achievement of African Americans, and the celebrations continue to spread, we can all be reminded of the oft-repeated maxim, until all are free, none are free. That highlights the manner of the end of the slavery in the United States. Now, therefore, I, Terrell Hill, Mayor of the City of Palatka, together with the members of the Palatka City Commission, do hereby declare June 19, 2022 as Juneteenth in the city of Palatka. And we urge our citizens to participate in events that provide freedom for all. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Palatka in this 26th day of May in the year of our Lord 2022.
So move.
Second.
Motion on the floor is second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Let's give a round of applause for Juneteenth. Ms. Robinson?
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioner in the city of Palatka for recognizing the importance of Juneteenth in our community. I do want to let you all know of the two-day weekend celebration of Juneteenth that we have planned. Saturday, June 18th from 12 to 5, we will have at the Palatka High School over 50 vendors that will consist of food trucks, blood mobile, gaming mobile, mammogram mobile unit, entertainment, and other vendors who will be out at the Palatka High School, inside and outside. So we're inviting you all to come participate in this free event on Saturday, June 18th from 12 to 5. Also on Sunday, June 19th, we will have our first Mr. and Miss Juneteenth Scholarship Pageant and Benefit Gala. That will be consist of students, grade levels 1st through 12th, who will be competing in several categories. And you can find those tickets at eventbrite.com for $25. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Round of applause. Those of you who are not aware what Juneteenth is until today, it's an opportunity for us all to celebrate one of the most important days in American history. It was the day that all Americans were deemed to be free and not just some Americans. And so we continually celebrate Juneteenth inside of the city of Palatka by making it an official holiday. And we just want to thank the committee for the work that they're doing with Juneteenth and its celebration and making sure that all Palatkans understand exactly how vital it is to American history for us to continually commemorate and celebrate Juneteenth in the same manner that we celebrate Independence Day. And so again, thank you very much for the work that you're doing in this community. Next up is a proclamation for Florida League of Cities 100th anniversary. And we have a representative from the Florida League of Cities with us today. And the proclamation reads as follows.
Whereas in 1921, Florida's population was less than 1 million people, and Florida cities did not have a unified voice before the legislature. That year, Tampa Mayor A.W.D. Hall, along with representatives of other cities, had the idea to form an organization of Florida cities that could have a stronger position on issues that impact local governments. And whereas by 1922, the Florida League of Municipalities was organized, which is now known as the Florida League of Cities. And whereas those original organizers could not have possibly known the impact that their idea would have on the cities and the people of Florida, because of their efforts, Florida cities today enjoy home rule, access to insurance and financial trusts, and an organized way to tell their story to state legislatures. And whereas the number of municipalities has grown from 316 in the 1920s to 411 today, the Florida League of Cities membership and services have grown as well. And whereas the Florida League of Cities celebrates its 100th anniversary this year with events that recognize the vision of the FLC founders, the commitment of its members, and the achievements made possible with the cities coming together to speak with one voice about issues that affect residents. Now, therefore, I, Terrell L. Hill, Mayor of the City of Palatka, together with the members of the Palatka City Commission, do hereby endorse and proclaim June 2022 as the 100th anniversary month of the Florida League of Cities in the City of Palatka. And we urge our citizens to learn more about the efforts of the Florida League of Cities. And when this whereof, I hereunto set my hand and cause to be affixed the official seal of the City of Palatka this 26th day of May in the year of our Lord 2022.
So move.
There's a motion for the second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Ms. Aaron, you're here with us today.
Hi, Mayor. Can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, Mayor and commissioners and staff. Thank you so much for allowing me to join virtually. I am in Tallahassee. As the mayor said, my name is Erin Russell, and I'm here representing the Florida League of Cities tonight. And as the proclamation so nicely says, the Florida League of Cities has served as Florida's 411 cities, towns, and villages united voice since 1922. And we are very, very excited to be celebrating 100 years. And I'm even more excited that the city of Palatka recognized our anniversary this year. So thank you so much for the lovely proclamation. We really appreciate it. And we appreciate your continued dedicated and active membership within the Florida League of Cities. The commissioners have heard me say this before, Palatka always turns out for our educational and networking events, and we really appreciate your support in what we do. And the Florida League of Cities cannot exist without great cities like yours. And we hope to continue doing what we do so that you can continue serving your residents. So thank you again for allowing me to be here tonight, and thank you for the proclamation.
Thank you very much. And thank you to the Florida League of Cities for the great work inside of the state, protecting home rule. Again, let's give a round of applause for Florida League of Cities.
Much.
Next up, before we move, we've got a bit of housekeeping to do. We've had a young citizen who came into the room today and who's a student of the month, a young man by the name of Marco Smith. Marco, can you come forward at this time? We want to give you your congratulations for Student of the Month. So, Commissioner, if you can pass this on for Mellon Learning Center, Marco Smith, who's the K through 12 recipient. Let's give a round of applause for Marco Smith. So, In the spirit of education, Marco Smith is the great grandson of Dorothea Smith, who was the first African-American female school board member in Putnam County. So again, the legacy continues on. So let's give a round of applause for Marco. Congratulations, sir. And again, thank you to his parents for the wonderful job that you've done with him in raising this young man and showing him the way. And so again, thank you very much. Next up is our Employee of the Month. In the spotlight for this month, I'll turn it over to Ms. Jones.
As always, I am so humbled to be able to recognize our employees on different categories. They're nominated: initiative, responsibility, code of ethics, and how they represent the city. So it's a privilege again, once again, to stand before you and recognize the chosen employee of the month for the month of May, Miss Sunny Krantz.
Weighs more than I do. Thank you.
And just want to recognize our sponsors. We couldn't do this without them. Heavenly Creations for the month of May.
Sonny's also the happiest person at the city.
Yes, she is. Yes, she is.
Have a competitor for her in that category, Mr. Mayor.
Oh,
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
so
Did he
Sonny,
just turn his mic on?
Sonny and
Sonny.
Sunshine.
Way to go, Sonny. Sonny, I nominated you for this award. And I know that the award is to honor one of the people in our organization that makes things happen. You are the glue that holds us together and the graphite that keeps us running smoothly. Your attention to detail and conscientiousness exemplifies good management and customer service. You keep us on schedule for meetings. You make sure the doors are locked at the end of the day. You organize potluck meals for everybody's birthdays. You ensure the commission is taken care of, and you heard the city manager. You're always happy to assist people. You make sure his mic is on too. We always appreciate that. And you do all that with a smile on your face. So I'm thankful that you're on our team, and I hope you know how valued you are. Congratulations.
Something about folks whose names start with S-U-N. Thank you, sir. Next up is a presentation for Take Stock in Children, Youth Scholarships and Jobs Programs. Ms. Wendy Hansford from Goodwill Industries of North Florida. So we had the pleasure of meeting Ms. Hansford earlier this week. It's a very familiar face, but we had an opportunity to meet her, and she has an awesome program that she wants to share with the community. And so at this time, we'll turn it over to you so that you can share the good news and the wonderful works of your organization.
Thank you. So good evening, and thank you for having me. My name is Wendy Hansford, and I am the College Success Coach for Take Stock in Children in Putnam County. Our lead agency that oversees our program is Goodwill Industries of North Florida. Take Stock in Children provides a unique opportunity for low-income students, many from minority families, to escape the cycle of poverty through purposeful education. We offer our students college scholarships, volunteer mentors, and school support, instilling in them hope for a bright future. Our comprehensive services start in 6th grade and continue through high school and include the students' transition into college. To be eligible for our program, the students must be enrolled in grades 6 through 9 in a public school with a minimum GPA of a 2.0, which is what's required for high school graduation, meet financial requirements, maintain good attendance and behavior, and pledge to remain drug and crime free. Each student in Take Stock receives a volunteer mentor who meets with them regularly, as well as a college success coach who monitors their academics and behavior. The college success coach also works with the family in the school to address any needed interventions or remediations. The goal of our program is to change the conversation with our local students from if I go to college to when I go to college. On an average, at-risk students have a high school graduation rate of 80%. However, at-risk students in Take Stock have an average graduation rate of 97%. Our students also enroll in college at a percentage of 88% compared to other at-risk students, which is only 21%. Of our 88% in students who enroll immediately in college, over 70% of them will obtain a degree or certification. So if you're wondering, what does our program look like here in Putnam County? I'm happy to say that a year ago, well, not happy to say, but a year ago, we only had 2 kids in our program, and Goodwill Industries really committed to revitalizing this program in Putnam County. So in a year, we have gone from 2 students to 54. So we've had exponential growth, and we are looking, thank you. And we are looking to continue to grow the program. So what do the students receive upon graduation, upon completing all of the requirements? The big one is mentoring. Each student will receive a 60 credit hour Florida prepaid tuition scholarship, which is the equivalent of 2 years. So they have a guaranteed pathway to their AA or to a vocational program. So they can go to technical school, college, or university. Currently, we have students enrolled at the 4 junior senior high schools, as well as 1 elementary school. In order to continue to grow our program, we need 3 things. We need community support to help spread the word about our program. We need partners to assist us in purchasing scholarships to bring in additional students. Any donations made are matched by Goodwill Industries and then matched by prepaid. So a $2,000 donation goes to $4,000 since it's matched by Goodwill, and then that $4,000 is doubled by Florida prepaid to $8,000. So a $2,000 donation turns into $8,000. So we need partners for that. And we're also looking for volunteers who are willing to meet with students for 30 minutes once a week. And we do have students at Palatka High School, and the more students we bring in, the more mentors we need. So that's a continuing need for us. So our goal is to work together to change a conversation with the students in the city of Palatka from if I go to college to when I go to college. So we would look for any help anyone can give us to get the word out and to assist us in bringing in more students within the city of Palatka. Okay, thank you. Okay. Yes.
Contribute to the fund,
Mhm.
referencing scholarships, who they would get in touch with, how they get in touch with you, do you have an email address?
Yes.
That sort of
Okay,
thing.
great. So my phone number, you can reach out to me directly, phone or text, 352-322-3564. My email is WHANSFORD, so whansford@goodwilljacks.org. And you can donate online as well at goodwilljacks.org by going to Take Stock in Children. And if you would like to reach out to me to set up information sessions for parents or community members, or to speak with other organizations that you think may be interested in helping, please reach out to me.
And also, if you want to be a mentor.
Yes, if you want to be a mentor, any way that you want to work with us, please just reach out to me. We have various needs and we're happy to work with anybody. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, public comment. Public comments will be limited to 3 minutes. No action will be taken on topics of discussion. If you are here for public comment, please fill out the yellow speakers card in the back of the room to my left. If you have, so that, and once you come forward, give out your name and address for the record so that we can have an accurate record of your speaking. At this time, we've got general public comment. So anyone here to speak on an issue that is not on the agenda. If you're here to speak on an issue on the agenda, please check the box which says public comment on agenda item and put the item on the agenda that you're speaking on. We have one card at this time. Mr. Fred Holly. Mr. Holly, are you here for general public comment or are you here for a specific one? We'll start with the general. If you could just give, just for the record, give your name and address.
Fred Holly, I live at 610 North Fifth Street, Palatka, Florida. I was wondering if you had all already wrote this $35,000 check out from the city yet, approval yet.
It's on the agenda. If you want to wait for that item to come up, it'll be up in a little bit.
You want to wait?
It'll be up. It's not up yet. It'll be up. It's on the agenda, item number 7 on the agenda. Is there anyone else here for general public comment? Seeing no one at this time, we'll close public comment. We'll move forward to the consent agenda. On the consent agenda, we have items A through J. Are there any items on the consent agenda that you wish to have removed at this time?
Item G and I pull.
Any other items besides G and I? Seeing none, I entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we accept the agenda, the consent agenda excluding items G and I.
Second.
The motion on the floor in a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item G. So under our agenda, item 5G, adopt resolution 2022 R91, adopted amendments to the city of Palatka personnel rules and regulations, policy 03.4, reemployment. Ms. Jones. Go ahead and read the caption.
Thank you, sir. A resolution of the city of Palatka, 03.4, reemployment policy of the city personnel rules and regulations providing for scrivener's errors.
So move.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor in a second. Ms. Jones, you want to come up and give any comments on this?
Mayor, Commissioners, actually, Mr. Holmes and I drafted this in Ms. Jones' absence. Recent events caused us to look at this policy and propose this revision to you. The reasoning is to update the policy to allow for rehires within the same fiscal year and within the 6 months after termination with the city manager approval. We looked at industry standard. We could not find this rule anywhere else. And with the way the labor market is right now, we thought it best to go ahead and propose this revision to you.
What is the current policy? How it stands? I'm sorry. And how it stands or reads?
So if you look at Exhibit A, sir, you can see the current policy, and the revision is the underlined text. So the current policy reads, no former employee may be rehired within the current fiscal year and not before a 6-month period has elapsed. And you can see under item B, we've added the language, the city manager must approve all rehires and may in his or her sound discretion waive the prohibition of rehiring within the same fiscal year and not before a 6-month period as described above.
Just a note, wave is misspelled, Miss Sunny, so we add an I after the A, it'll help. Mr. Commissioner and Mayor and Commissioners, in essence, it adds some flexibility, and the general prohibition didn't appear to accomplish or have any real purpose. In today's market, if you have an employee who leaves for whatever reason and reconsiders, and they're a good employee and they want to come back, the way your policy is currently read or reads, you can't hire them back for 6 months. They may not wait 6 months. There's really no reason for that 6-month time limitation. No hard and fast rules. So what we've done is simply give the city manager the discretion to waive that 6-month prohibition, so they could hire some back who might have left and had second thoughts about it. And we have had that scenario occur. And so we would like to change the policy to avoid a roadblock that essentially could keep us from rehiring a good employee who, for a variety of reasons, may have left and reconsidered and wants to come back.
Because one of our duties up here are policymakers, and that's supposed to be our main function up here. I would like to actually interject that other jobs, once you leave, there is a waiting period, and that period is put there because people will sometimes manipulate what the policy is, whether it's to negotiate a salary, to move on. Sometimes it's it's not a good fit. Sometimes an employee may feel that the grass is green on the other side and they get to the other side and it's not. I do understand that, people make mistakes. However, if they've been termed, I think if they've been termed, it doesn't say term, it just say, what about if we terminate them? So, for example, if a supervisor termed that person, that supervisor leave, and that's not a good example, excuse me.
You want someone in good standing when they leave.
Right,
They have to be in
the
good standing.
standing should, because we'll start doing stuff that's subjective, we don't have a concrete policy. And then we're leaving it back to the city manager, which it could be deemed that, hey, this is one of I tell you what, we'll get back in because we're good with the city manager, versus not saying it happened, but we don't want to appear that way. We want to have a policy that stands. If you leave, it's a 6-month wait period. And I've worked in the HR field where that policy does exist. A lot of places, you can't come back for over a year, or you can't even apply. Your application is kicked back. And I was kind of wondering why the HR manager or coordinator actually didn't introduce this versus coming from Jonathan at this time. And that's when I saw it. I wanted to know from the HR standpoint, how did we research this and what other industry? We said we looked at the industries. What did we look at and have a policy as such that a person they could leave out tomorrow and then come back 3 days later? Because that's basically what this is saying.
Well, philosophically, I mean, if you think about it for a minute, if you trust your city manager to exercise sound discretion, which you do, you should, then binding the city manager in today's market to a hard and fast 6-month prohibition on rehiring somebody that left and wants to come back is in essence hamstringing yourself. There are times when people leave, they leave for a variety of reasons. Obviously, you have to trust your city manager and staff not to allow this rule to be manipulated by someone who's leveraging for additional money or additional position. But if you think about the hard rule of saying no one can come back if they leave for a period of 6 months without any provision for waiver or exceptions, I have a hard time understanding what that accomplishes as a matter of a hard general rule. You lose an employee for a family reason or for whatever, they move, whatever, and they come back and you say, well, we can't hire you for 6 months. We'd love to have you back, but we can't. We got a rule that says we can't hire you back. You just lost a good employee. And in today's market, losing a good employee or not being able to rehire a good employee is a loss. So from our perspective, it just gives us some flexibility. Like any other rule, I guess it could be abused, but I think that's where you have to trust the people that are working for you to exercise sound judgment and good discretion. So it's our request that we modify the policy. And that's, I guess that's the philosophy behind it.
I don't agree with that one. And it also encompasses the bereavement policy, but it doesn't elaborate on it where I understand it. Could it be explained why it's included?
I'm sorry, I'm not.
It said why it's in here. It just said the City of Palatka bereavement policy attached here to Exhibit A. So
I don't think
that's why I pulled it, because it kind of conflict. This is not this is reemployment, but it says bereavement. And this is going to be on.
I don't know why it says bereavement, to be honest with you. It's in the resolution. May have been a cut and paste error. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's conflicting. So I would like for it to be at least pull this so that we could discuss it and actually have it corrected. That's 2 errors that we just discovered right here.
Where's the second error?
Wave the spell wrong. You pointed that one out.
We can correct both those right now. I mean, neither one of them are big. They're typographicals.
I just wouldn't want to, we could discuss further, because there's certain situations that I want to discuss with you personally before we got up here. I didn't get this actually until Wednesday. So again, just to finish my thought so that you guys will understand, a 6-month period of waiting is not that long. And you're saying that, you're indicating basically that we may have an employee that leave this month and want to come back in 30 days or 60 days. I think that employees, when they're leaving employment, unless it is a family emergency, someone is ill or something like that, and I think we could articulate that and put this in, that there's some stipulations, but other than that, an employee leaving, I think it's a thought process that needs to go into you leaving employment. I don't want to seem as the city of Palatka is desperate for employees, or an employee leave and say, well, I'll just go back if this don't work out. And that's just my take on it. So
Yeah, people do make mistakes, and sometimes someone would think another job is going to be a good fit. It turns out that it's not. And if that's been a good employee and he's a valuable employee to the organization, then nobody in today's market is going to wait 6 months for a job. It's just not going to happen. If they're worth having, they'll have a job inside 6 months. So it just gives us a tool to work with. And quite frankly, I think that it gives us a tool to work with, and there is no downside to it. I don't think that I think that when a person is considering leaving, I doubt that the fact that they can't be rehired for 6 months at the time is going to be a deterrent to them, because obviously they've made the decision that they think the situation they're leaving for requires it. So that's our thought, but that's about all we can say about it.
I'll say, in past experiences, I've seen people, particularly for example, when my brother left the sheriff's office, when he retired, there was a 1-year separation period from the sheriff's office before they could return. There are many agencies that have separation periods. I understand the logic behind the separation period. Here at the city, we've had a couple situations where individuals have left prior to the separation. They've left and wanted to return prior to the separation period. The biggest problem that you have, one, is when individuals leave, and some of these individuals leave, all of a sudden you find yourself in a situation where where the organization's been placed in a position of detriment, and they've got to scramble to find someone to do these things. I also understand that in this day and time, it's hard to find employees to come in. But I also think that, when folks leave you, and they leave you because the grass is green on the other side, and sometimes they need to sit in the grass a little bit and get a grass thing. I think that we've got to make sure that I think at a minimum that people who leave are leaving in good standing and leaving properly. An individual who leaves here without giving proper notice or doing things of that nature should not be allowed to just have a thought process that brings them back.
Yeah,
and then the other
taken.
Piece of it is, how do you manage consistency if it's based upon individual discretion as opposed to based upon policy? That's the biggest concern that I have, is that if it's left to the discretion of the city manager solely, and that's a subjective standard, at that point it becomes subjective, and it's not a matter of trust, it's a matter of, will the policy ensure that there will be consistency across the board in the way that we handle it? If the perception is that one employee or an individual does not meet the same standard that someone else meets, then that employee may be given some leeway that someone else may not be given, who's within that same 6-month period. And it doesn't matter what we think about you at this time. What matters is what happens when 20 years from now, it's no longer you. And there's some other guy who may not necessarily have the ethos that you have, and he decides to do things that allows him to benefit people who try to do something differently. And so if you if you put a policy in place that ensures consistency because it's clear cut and it's dry, then we take away the gray area, which puts a person in a position where they can now do things differently. And so I'm fine with reducing the 6-month period from where it stands now, based upon where we are from a time frame, but I don't necessarily believe that we need to get rid of that period, because I think it puts us in a position where we may lose consistency in the future as certain things take place.
You're reducing it to what? What would you like to reduce it to, from 6 to what?
I wouldn't reduce it very much, quite honestly, probably to 120 days at minimum, at a minimum. But I think at 6 months is still not a lot compared to a year. I think you got some 1 year separation periods that are out there in other organizations. And 6 months is, quite frankly, isn't very much. And if a person changes the job, if a person leaves the city and wants to come back in 6 months, then we got to wonder, well, what happened that made them want to come back? You know, because then now it's a question of what was their work ethic or performance on that other job? And, you know, what's the issues?
And two, I like to add to that as well. It costs, I think, about $10,000 to $12,000 for if an employee departs, leaves your organization to do all the processing and all these other things, and then re-advertising. It costs about $10,000 to $12,000 to go out and do another rehire after processing these individuals out and then going out. I've gotten the numbers before from other jobs, so I believe that's a fair assessment. The other piece is that we got here in section 3.4 reemployment. It says, I think it should say shall, and say should, say he should check with the personnel office. I think it shall be checked because we need to make the policy to where we're really doing our due diligence, in my opinion. Before a department head makes a commitment to rehire a former city employee, he should, I think it's a he or she should, but I think we need to make it a little bit stronger, shall, because we don't want to leave no leeway in there. We want to make sure that we're doing our due diligence as it relates to that. That is strengthening, in my opinion.
Any other comments? It's a good.
And also, Mayor, adding that they make sure that the individuals, if they leave, they need to be, like in Commissioner Jones' comment, they need to be in good standings, because the way this is, it's you can check their record, but if they can be poor performing and they can still come back. So I think we need to really look at this and kind of strengthen it a little bit. I'm in agreement with what everybody said thus far.
So what's your recommendation for time limit?
Okay, so, and also,
Hold on. Go ahead. What's your recommendations? Keep the time limit the same?
Whatever, yeah, it can be whatever they recommend here. It's 6 months, right?
6 months is what it is currently.
Right. So I heard Jonathan say something about reducing that.
no, but the reason why I brought it up is I would like for it to stay
Eliminated.
6 months. And to your point, the onboarding process, the background, the things that it costs us to onboard, offboard someone, to get them benefits in the system. I don't know. That's why I asked why the HR professional wasn't up here to answer these questions, because it is clearly maybe a practice that we have done. We have done practices, but what's the policy? And we need to stick with what the policy is, because practices haven't been right. And so at this point, we have an opportunity to correct this. And I said, 6 months is the period. I would like to strengthen that by basically saying they need to be in good standings. And in a circumstance where there may be a driver that was 4 months out and we desperately need them, that's a situation where city manager, you can bring that to us and we could discuss it, and maybe we could make a determination on that being an emergency, and you bring it up and we make an exception. But that's where I want to go. So that's my suggestion there on that. So you want me to make a motion for this?
So if I'm hearing you correctly, your recommendation is to keep the current policy as it stands with a clause which allows the city manager to be able to bring any emergencies higher to the commission to gain commission approval before those hires are in place?
If it's a policy, it should come
Yes,
before the commission.
right.
It's a policy.
That's our job. Yeah.
So you're
If we're gonna
weigh
deviate from the
on a
policy.
Case-by-case basis.
No, the policy is clear, and I say we need to adhere to the policy. Any exception should be brought to us if necessary. And I say, and that's going to be in a circumstance where we're in dire straits, but that's not going to be a common practice that it goes to you and you go, okay, yeah, let's bring this guy back because I think he deserved a shorter separation period than anyone else.
My only comment to that is that you have to be careful. You have to be careful based on the charter, because the charter delegates HR duties to the city manager. And if we, from a policy standpoint, put ourselves in a position where we are rubber stamping HR on a daily from a day-to-day operational standpoint, then we find ourselves in, you find yourself in conflict with the charter. But if you write the policy, and the policy is to be handled day-to-day by the manager, and he has to enforce the policy, then I think that's different than having the review arm being on individuals who aren't appointed and confirmed by the charter. So charter officers are far different than what you're talking about with your daily officers. So I think you may find yourself in a position of conflict. And so, but that's a question, I think, ultimately that, falls under review of council. But the charter specifically gives the duties and the powers for HR to the city manager, and you don't want to fall within a point where on a day-to-day basis you're there. So, well, just a thought.
Okay, sir. So I say keep the policy as is, because there's an underlying clause that's already in there. B, it says
That's
pardon me? Yeah, it says
speaks to
if
the
it's
city manager.
before, it says for the same fiscal year, not before the 6-month period as described. So policy as written, keep the policy as written, except add shall, as Commissioner Bourne indicated, versus should. City manager. That's what I wanted to bring up.
Is that a motion?
Just for clarification, sir, the section B that you're referring to, Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
The underlying section is what they're proposing to be added. You would
And
like to
make in
keep
his
that?
or her sound discretion, way to but it says within the same fiscal year,
Yes,
but
sir.
not before the 6 months. Is that what it is right now, currently?
I think these are the changes
The
that, I think the underlying
Underlying are the
is what they're
changes
currently changing. That's what it's going to reflect.
Right.
So currently, the city manager must approve all rehires now.
Period. That's
Period.
ended. Yes, sir. The underlying portions that you see on the remainder of section B are the proposed changes that they would like to make added to the policy.
In May. That's the part that we're not okay with.
Yes, sir. As far as my understanding of
Yeah.
what you're saying.
So
We could go back and review and restructure and rewrite this and bring it back to the next meeting.
there's no need for that. I say, keep the policy as it is. That's my, I move to keep the policy as it is.
So there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. There was already a motion on the floor.
There wasn't a recognized motion by me at any point other than just now.
In the very beginning,
Yes, sir.
Who
in the
made-
minutes, when
you
I read the
did.
caption, there was a motion to approve
And
item G by
Commissioner
Commissioner
Campbell,
Bourne,
second.
second by Commissioner Campbell.
Yes, sir.
So there's a motion on the floor in a second.
So,
I
yeah,
stand
you read,
corrected.
she read the caps. Okay.
I stand corrected.
Yes, that was it. That's correct.
So there's a motion on the floor. Is that motion, does that motion still remain? Commissioner Bourne, you made the motion?
Yes, I made the motion. Do we need to pull it back if we want to make those changes, or what do we need to do?
You would have to.
The couple of changes?
The way your motion is made thus far, your motion is to approve
As
staff's
is.
recommendation.
As it
Staff's
is.
recommendation with the written language there, and it's contrary to what the motion was from Commissioner Jones.
Okay, so
So.
I would
so
like to withdraw that motion with amendments, if that would be proper.
You can't withdraw it. You can either amend your motion and the second will have to confirm, or you can withdraw your motion and then that will give an opportunity for someone else to make a motion, or you can make another motion at that point.
I would like to withdraw my motion.
For the second, you made the second? Or you're okay with that? Not really.
We'll keep it as is,
All
but
right,
I,
motion.
it-
All right.
here,
Well, I can tell you. All right, there's a motion on the
So
floor.
let me, originally, when Commissioner Jones began to speak, Commissioner Jones wanted to have this item tabled. I would be in favor of it being tabled. I would not be in favor of the motion that he was going to make. I would have second a tabling to bring back, but I won't do anything else.
Well, as it stands right now, the motion on the floor is to accept staff's recommendation. And so tabling is not an option based upon the motion that's on the floor.
Well, we can remove the motion. I'll do that.
Okay, so now there's no motion at this point. So at this time, I'll entertain an additional motion, a new motion.
I move to leave our Exhibit A as written in policy to date, no changes.
So there's a motion on the floor, in essence, to deny the recommendation. There's a motion on the floor to deny staff's recommendation under this resolution.
Yeah.
Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of second. Is there another motion?
I make a motion that we table this item and bring it back with some of the corrections that was already presented by the commission.
second.
There's a motion on the floor and a second to table. Is there any further discussion? And I guess my
Well,
question.
let me be, because I think Commissioner Jones, prior to him being notified that the second part of B was added, it seems as if your conversation was going to accept some of that, except the word may. If I'm,
It's the two, I know I had
You
the
had the
top,
share.
where in the first paragraph in section 3.4, it said, should, I wanted that to be may. I mean, shall, because you don't want that to be discretionary, in my opinion. Shall check the personnel file and making sure that things are proper. And then the sub A is the same thing with the may. I want that to be shall be, so I want that to be a shall. That's my only issues.
but my question was more geared towards Commissioner Jones.
Right.
I gave you my recommendation based on the opinion of, I feel that the current policy is a good policy. The city manager must approve all rehires was the second part of B. And the attorney, Ms. Thomas, said that the underline was the added. So I'm stopping at that period, that city manager must approve all rehires. In our discussion, we mentioned, I mentioned that, with that kind of discretion, this could have been misconstrued as subjective versus this is what we do and this is how it's gonna, this policy speaks for itself. There's not gonna be a subjective part of it. If you wanna, again, if we want to move to table it, the discussion need to be where we're getting it from and does this policy stand the way it is and what was really wrong with it. You guys said that if a person leave and we gave you reasons why we shouldn't allow somebody to come back within 90 days, 120 days, because it costs us to onboard them again. If a person leaves a job, they're doing it based on their circumstances and they're count up the cost prior to leaving. You count up the cost once you walk off a job to know what you're doing. And
What does it cost you not to hire someone who already knows their job back, who's been a good employee and for a long time, is going to be a good employee in the future? What does that cost?
it's gonna cost, well, that's starting with good fit, and that's
Well,
why.
let me do this. Let me stop you for a second because we're not gonna do the banter piece. What we're gonna do is, I think the arguments have been well made as to where we are. The reality of this is, if you do common math in this room tonight, this is a 2-2 vote. I don't care how you call it. The only reason that I'm in favor of tabling this issue is because our fifth commissioner is going to be here to break this tie. And other than that, we'll stay here all night talking about what's in place.
Because I already figured.
And so I think for all intents and purposes, if there's nothing else in discussion at this time, for sake of time, we've got some other issues on this agenda. You can make the last comment and then I'm going to close this discussion. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yes, sir. And I'm glad you're giving me this. With all due respect, when we bring things up and if we're talking about the fire department, let the fire chief come up. We're talking about HR, let the HR person come up and present because that's her area. And I think that it's gonna kind of bring things to light where we're talking about hires. We need to have good hires, solid hires, and we need to let people that's responsible for doing their part of the job do it. And that's nothing about to Mr. Jones, because Jonathan came up and said, you and he spoke about this. I think that we need to have subject matter experts come up and talk about their particular area. That's part of my, if they leave here and go somewhere else, it's probably because they don't want to be here. They go somewhere else and find that, again, the grass is not green on the other side, and they could easily come back. So we need to make a policy that stand by our policies and stop with the practices that we're doing. We do it for some, but we don't do it for everybody else. That's what I'm trying to stop. So I'll be clear with that statement. And if you want to table it, you table it.
It's already done, sir.
Not yet.
Well, it's already, the motion is on the table. We just have
Motion
to
is
vote.
on the floor at this time. There's no further discussion. I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 3-1. Stable. We'll bring it back for the next meeting. This was a Robert's Rules lesson. Commissioner, this is when I miss you, because you are the Robert's Rules guru in this. So I want to take this time to recognize Commissioner Norwood, former Commissioner Norwood, who would have been at this moment with me for Robert's Rules exhibition. And so definitely we appreciate those years and the time that we got a chance to do those things. And so moving the agenda forward at this time, it's always good to have some spirited debate. We'll go on to item I, adopt resolution 2022 R94 budget transfer from reserves to anticipated fuel costs through the end of the fiscal year 2021-2022.
A resolution of authorizing a budget transfer from reserves for fuel costs providing for scrivener's errors.
And before we do that, I want to get the presentation on the item before we take a motion. Ms. Pratt. Sure.
The item that I'm bringing forward to you is to, I'm sorry, not amend the budget, but actually do a budget transfer from reserves within 3 funds that are stated. That's your general fund, sanitation fund, and utility fund. I provided the commissioners additional information. If you have any other questions, you're more than welcome to let me know now. I did not hear back from any of the commissioners with either email that I sent. But it's due to an unanticipated fuel cost.
So were the department heads responsible for their budget on fuel, or and then I know we passed the budget. I know fuel cost is going up now, but looking at the numbers, this was prior to the fuel cost explosion right now. I shouldn't use explosion, but the rise in fuel costs. So to me, it looks like the budget was off in the beginning. So how do we get here? Other than that,
As I stated in my email, I explained to you.
I just told you I didn't get the emails. I didn't even get the agenda till Wednesday. And I did email you requesting some clarification, and you gave it to me today. So just a point of information. That's why I'm asking that question.
Your email at 10 p.m. I responded to this morning, yes, and I responded to all commissioners. Part of my budgeting process is that, yes, department heads submit their budget request. From there, I dig down further, analyze, ask them questions, have one-on-one meetings, and fuel in particular. I'll use, I guess, PD as a great example. I provided a copy of the report that showed the error that I made, and I acknowledged that in my forecasting. I don't know what more information.
So
you
the
want.
forecast narrow, let me ask you this. I don't know if you answered or the city manager. So did we identify and tell the city department heads that they may be in danger of going over budget? When did that email go out to the department heads? Did that go out to any of them?
It did, and actually, at the same time, I advised the commission that staff and I were watching it very closely, and that if there was anything major, that we would bring it back to you as I have.
Do you recall when you informed them? And what plan of action was taken at that time from the department heads? I would like to know, because prior to us talking about going to reserve.
Can you say that again? Sorry.
When you informed them, was there a plan of action knowing that we're about to go over budget with the fuel? Did the department heads have a plan of action? What they're gonna do to try to preserve fuel costs? I mean,
I don't know that there's anything that we could tell you that we can do really to preserve fuel costs when our primary overages are with police. It's hard to park cars when you're asking for increased patrols, fire, public works. I mean, we are in fact monitoring fuel usage through GPS and other metrics to try to eliminate any excess fuel usage. But there's not a lot we can do to bring the price of fuel down unless we're going to park cars and park vehicles and interfere with services. There's not a lot we can do to stop fuel usage. So I don't know on the fuel side of things how much we really can do. Now, the forecasting, I'm not sure that I would call what Ms. Shank did a forecasting error. I think she went from past some past numbers that were, and it's not unusual that you take a prior year's budget to forecast a future year's budget. In the past, I don't think that actually maybe finance came to the commission and asked for a budget transfer. I think the departments were just allowed to run over when it came to fuel. But Ms. Shank is trying to keep things on I guess, an accounting level that's a little bit, I guess, more appropriate by not allowing budgets to run over, but instead make budget amendments to bring the budget in line with actual experience. So, I mean, I don't think this is a sign that anybody is spending more money than they have to. Just obviously, everyone knows what fuel costs have done. A year ago, fuel was what, $2, and now it's $4.50. So if you made a budget assessment last year on the assumption that you're going to have fuel at $2, then obviously you're 2.5 times, I guess that's right, or 2 times at least over right now. I don't know who could have forecast that fuel was going up to $4.50. Obviously, if people could have, there'd have been a lot of changes made nationwide. So I don't know really how to answer your question, Commissioner.
okay, so I'll be direct. So at this point, what I'm looking for is a plan of action on how we could kind of cut costs as much as we can. Not saying cutting services, but cut costs so that we won't go over budget. So that's something that city manager, maybe I ask, can you come up with a plan and have it for us in our next your next report?
You want to cut costs without cutting services. So you want to cut.
Hold city manager. So when we go there, don't do that. What I'm saying is, like I asked, you have a plan of action. You have a plan of action saying for all departments, look at your departments and see what, we just talked about the police vehicles and the policy, what we're going to do there. Look at all all departments and just see where we are by looking at the sheet. I'm looking how we were last year at this time and then where we are now. So if we could have that from you, basically, how do you feel that we could cut some costs? And that's not hard to do. If we can't, we can't, but I would like to see you try. All right. So your next report to us. Thank you. That's all I have for you, Ms. Shank.
Have you done audits as it relates to fuel costs and seeing that there are some areas of concern? So for example, I know we've had some concerns with some of the daily mileage runs on some vehicles. Can you address those?
Yeah, we're actually using, we have many of our vehicles equipped with GPS and metrics that allow us to monitor mileage. We are auditing those on a random and then a targeted basis to see if there are vehicles that seem to be running more miles than they should. There's a couple that we've identified, not in the police department necessarily, which is where a big overrun is, but in some departments. And yes, we are addressing those specifically. And we started that actually probably month and a half ago, just based upon some I think good practices and just some spot checks on car usage. That also gives us some idle time metrics to try to figure out why vehicles were idling, why vehicles were staying places that maybe that we didn't understand. So yes, we've been doing that even before this, say starting, I don't know, 6 weeks ago, and addressing it, as we have been able to ask for explanations, ask for, if there's an explanation for it. Sometimes a statistic doesn't tell the whole story, but we've definitely been doing that.
But I think that's some of the information that Commissioner Jones seemed to be kind of alluding to. And I think that information, just you sharing that bit of information, I think, and give some insight as to what some of the practices and the things that you've done to try to minimize usages as it relates. And I think those are pieces, I think, that become helpful when you make these things. And I think that when you get that information, it helps out as far as being able to determine, if there's waste or if there's a situation where there's been some conscious behavior or action taken to say, hey, we're going to minimize it and look at every snapshot to see if there's an opportunity for us to find ways to save. And I think that's the piece I think that seems to be where the question was going without, seeing what Commissioner Jones was doing, just listening. It seems as though he wanted that empirical piece because it helps when you make those decisions.
We even found that some vehicles weren't equipped with that capability and took steps to do so. And this was, like I said, 6 weeks ago or thereabouts. So yeah, we've been trying to address based on spot checks when we saw that something was unexplained or curious, let's say. We tried to then address and deep down dig to figure out why, what. And then when we found that some vehicles weren't equipped, try to equip those vehicles in a cost-effective fashion.
Right.
And so, yeah, we've been doing that for about 6 weeks.
Right. And so I think those are some of the things that are necessary when you do random audits and things of that nature to be able to start to look at ways in which you can be efficient. And I think when the practices, when those practices are shared, then it gives insights. I think when you start to make these decisions to say, hey, internally, there have been audits, there have been additional GPS tracking, things of that nature. And so that people can, I think when the commission at that point has that information, which you're not necessarily privy to on a daily basis, when you're making these decisions, it benefits. And so it's just an extra piece, I think, which goes towards information sharing.
You also recall, Mr. Mayor, that we changed the policy with the police take-home calls to eliminate personal errands outside of the city limits. So yeah, we've been looking at those policies where we can to see what we could do about minimizing the usage.
And then no differently than what we've done. So for example, with the airport or some of the other things, you can now, as time goes on, track the differences in costs on a monthly basis, but it takes time to get to that point. So that was kind of what the question was. Any other questions from the commission as it relates to this matter? Seeing none, I'm gonna open the floor for public comment before we move into our motion. I've got Ms. Kitchens with a card at this time. You can come forward.
Choose 1027 South 12th Street, Palatka, Florida. As to the comment that trying to figure out on last year's cost of gas, what it would be this year, I don't think if you had a Ouija board and a crystal ball, you could possibly understand that or even figure it out. I use the same amount of gas all the time. I get my tank filled up roughly twice a month, about every 20 days. I use a half a tank of gas. A year ago, it was under $30. 2 days ago, it was $69 to fill up the same amount of gas. 2 weeks ago, it was $52. I just read on the news the other night that now they have recalibrated gas pumps to accommodate $10 a gallon gas cost if it has to go up to that. I don't think that the city employees are wasting gas from what I see as a citizen, see them driving around with picking up the garbage. I don't think the police, Mr. Jones is well aware of how the police drive and why they have to leave the motor running if they have a perp in the back seat, needs air conditioning or whatever. So I just think that given the bad times and the high cost of gas, that it's not out of the ordinary or anything criminal or misconduct for them to ask for this budget amendment. I mean, the cost of gas is very, very high, and it was $4.59 9/10 times 7% tax on that gas. I mean, we're talking about a lot of money. And short of the city going back to horses and buggies, I don't see any way basically to save money on gas at this point. So that's just all I have to say.
Ms. Kitchen, thank you for your comment.
Yes, sir, Mr. Jones.
Thank you for your comment, but I think you missed the whole thing. I asked for a plan, if we had a plan. So they didn't have anything. I'm well aware that gas prices went up. And you know, your car probably gets more gas mileage than mine. But I'm just, you know, I think you just took the question out of context. I had to say that because you kept saying Mr. Jones, and we're not going back to horse and buggy. We're trying to be efficient and effective. And I know you was on this dais when you guys have practices. We're trying to run through policies. So asking for a report, I don't think that's out of line.
I don't think it's out of line either, but I don't see how you can plan for something as unexpected as gas increases. And I commend Mr. Holmes for doing the audit and checking, making sure on the GPS that people aren't running to Kmart or Walmart or whatever on city time and city gas. But I think under the circumstances, it's really hard to even make a plan, given the instability of our financial situation currently in this country. I wasn't necessarily ragging on you, Commissioner. I was just commenting on the comments you made. So thank you very much.
All right, y'all do me a favor, get each other's phone number after the meeting. Y'all can continue your conversation. Commissioner Borum.
I mean, I think everybody just had valid points or whatever. And again, like Ms. Shank spoke with her, she's trying to do the right thing as it relates to how she's bringing things to the attention as opposed to doing practices of the past, which things were made, adjustment was made without being brought to the commission's attention. So I really appreciate her forthright bringing that up to us so we can make those decisions again. So and again, we're just trying to make sure that we're doing things as it relates to just running this city properly, and it's nobody's fault. Don is doing everything he can to make sure that things are done properly. So again, thank you for that, and just looking forward for the report so that we can move the city forward in an efficient and effective and a fiscal way. That's all I have.
I'll entertain a motion at this time.
Motion to approve.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor and a second to approve. Is there any further discussion? I'll just say this. I think at the end of the day, the conversation is healthy. We are challenged with the duty of being fiscally responsible. And if we pass budget amendments without any questions being answered, which may make us uncomfortable in voting, then shame on us. So I think at the end of the day, to be overly overly cautious in making the decisions and making sure that there are plans in place to deal with these things is a necessary piece to the entire place. I think many people that sit here and view these meetings would then question us if we rubber stamp expenses without necessarily going through any questioning process to determine if it's in the best interest of the citizens and the best use of the tax dollars. So if we can save $10 by implementing policies that save us, then we need to save those 10 as we do what we need to do, as long as it doesn't affect the services that we provide to the citizens. So again, I welcome the commission's questions, the concerns of the citizens, as well as it relates to the ways in which we spend the resources. So I think the conversations were fruitful. I think the exercises made on behalf of staff and the city manager to do the audits, to do control audits, look at ways in which we can move these things forward has been necessary, and it has opened up our eyes to some places where there were some concerns and possible abuses in place. And so it allows us to be able to continually take those snapshots, to look at GPS in an effort to make sure that we are doing what's best for the citizens, and that everything is being taken, everything has been put into its proper place. So those are my comments as it relates to where we are. Then any further comments before we vote on this motion? If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Also, you pull item J from the agenda?
No, sir, that was the only one.
Just those two? All right, so moving forward to item number 6 on the agenda is a presentation, the commission feedback, City of Palatka strategic plan, developed in partnership with Northeast Florida Regional Council.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir. How are you, Mr. Shad?
I'm doing well, thank you. I appreciate y'all accommodating me remotely. So we have, I think, presented now, back in February. Oh, thank you. And we had another public meeting. We sent around the outline of plan items. And we just have a real quick outline. I think y'all should have received the draft today of the sort of written document, but I wanted to go through the kind of recommended items in the strategic plan real quick and get y'all's feedback. If you could go to the next slide. Remember, this was funded by a grant from the Department of Economic Opportunity with no match. Those are tough to find, and we appreciate that help from DEO. Next slide. We had a number of public meetings. The first one back in November at Ravine Gardens. Next slide. The second one was at the Price Martin Center in March. Next slide. We had a meeting with the folks from different state agencies, also in March. And y'all may not know this, but your mayor also drove the bus tour and really was a good experience, and I think helped those state agencies understand what y'all are dealing with. The plan is intended to be sort of a to-do list to get elected officials, staff, and citizens on the same page about kind of, what the big items to be worked on are. And we did not rank them in order of importance. We do not have a schedule in there. Our recommendation is to try and pick 2 or 3 to work on at a time. Your staff is great at finding grants. And so I would leave them the flexibility. If they see a grant that matches one of these, they can jump on that. Next slide. So going forward, these are the recommended plan elements. Blight was the biggest concern we had from residents and from y'all and from city staff. I know that y'all recently changed your code enforcement stance from a passive one to a more active one. We think that's a great first step. And the next step is kind of turning that into a comprehensive strategy. Conducting a condition survey of the areas of town that you're most concerned about, and trying to get at why properties are vacant, why properties are deteriorating. We recommend developing more programs to assist struggling homeowners. We often see elderly or low-income homeowners who just can't afford to maintain their property. And I think developing some programs to help those folks and not get them into the gears of the code enforcement system, because that's just a heartbreaking situation. And then finally, once you have a sense of why properties are not being used, not being renovated, you can tailor your strategy to that. And that may be pursuing demolition of, houses that just can't be saved, and then letting those owners sell those lots to somebody who wants to build a house. It may be taking properties, foreclosing on code enforcement liens if you decide that these are significant houses or that they're worth saving. But you got to determine the strategy based on your results from the survey and the research work that you do. Next slide. Downtown was the second, probably most common comments that we heard were about downtown. People have a lot of pride in their downtown. There's a lot of pride in the work that's been done. And I think there's a sense of possibility there. But I think people, know that a lot more has to be done, but there's a real sense that it's moving and it's happening. We do recommend finding a way to add some additional structure and staffing. If y'all recall, the representative from the Department of State talked about reactivating the Main Street program. I think that's the clearest path to do that. But there's other ways. If you decide that's not a good model, you have a CRA can hire staff, could hire a director. But you have a lot of overstretched, I think, staff at City Hall, and there ought to be somebody who's just focused on downtown. Increasing public activity. Obviously, y'all are well on the way to this. You've got the Blue Crab Festival coming up. The bass tournament, was successful. The more of those that you can have, the more people you bring in from the county and from the region, spend money and support the local businesses. That helps other businesses to come in. As I said, I think at one of the other public meetings, we heard a lot of comments about downtown parking. Our recommendation is to do a downtown parking study, something you can give to potential businesses and say, here's where your employees can park. Here's where your customers will park. You don't need to build more spaces at this point. You need to more efficiently use what you've got. And then continuing to examine zoning and your land development regulations to make sure that it's easy to build the kind of things that you want to see downtown. Next slide. The public safety obviously has been a huge concern over the last 6 months and earlier. This is, it's a little bit out of our area to make specific public safety recommendations, but we did have these two. One thing that I heard at every time we've been in front of this commission or at other meetings, I'm struck. I hear from the police, I hear from the chief that he wants communication with the neighborhood, and I hear the same thing from the neighbors. And so if there's a way to to structure that two-way communication between the police department and citizens, I think that's something to look into. The second is crime prevention through environmental design is a planning tool that's used that that looks at how the way we design spaces affects people's behavior. And you can actually, there are police department training options in this method. In the city of Jacksonville, I know they had trained a few officers. They would go out to, on request, they would go out to apartment complexes or businesses and make recommendations about how to make them safer. Next slide. I'm sorry, this one was left in from an earlier version. So we incorporated that into the public activity downtown. So next slide. We heard a lot about people who want to see more small businesses in town, who want to start more small businesses in town. They know that's a potential way to success. Y'all already have had this ongoing. The business incubator study. And so once it's done, you know, we hope that y'all will implement the results. Next slide. Affordable housing. I don't think any of these are going to be new issues to y'all that you're not hearing from constituents every day. Affordable housing is a crisis in the state, and Palatka is no exception. Again, y'all have already, I think, started having regular meetings with the Palatka Housing Authority Board. I hope those are going well. They're the experts in affordable housing in the community.
They're here today.
That's fantastic. I think, making sure that y'all are on the same page about the goals for affordable housing in Palatka. We heard from a lot of folks that they didn't feel like there was a good path to home ownership for folks who, weren't rich but weren't poor, just made up, the median amount of money. They didn't feel like home ownership was an option. And then finally, as you get city-owned vacant property, do you want to devote those for affordable housing? And there's a number of ways to do that. Next slide. Next slide. So the Palatka Airport, we have seen in a number of communities, people trying to use their municipal airports for economic development purposes. Some really interesting stuff going on in Keystone Heights. At one point, they were working with a business that trains foreign pilots on surplus Navy planes. There's a lot of different models around the region. And so, our recommendation is to look into, what sort of employers can you attract that need access to that airfield. Next slide. Broadband access. We've seen that broadband has moved from a luxury item to a necessity. This is from 2020. This is the percentage of homes in each area that have broadband access in the home. And you can see this is a lot lower than I think it ought to be. And so in rural areas, you have a real technical issue sometimes with, bringing the service out to areas that don't have a lot of density. But in other areas, I think it's a straight affordability issue. And so that's a tough issue to crack, but it's worth setting a goal and trying to make sure that people have access to the internet at home. Next slide. This came up at the joint city-county meeting, the urban services boundary or joint planning area with Putnam County. You know, I think that figuring out how to provide those water and sewer is important environmentally, it's important financially, and it's important in terms of getting good growth patterns. Next slide. The final one, you know, looking at especially procurement policies to see if there's a way you can help local businesses participate in those. A lot of times, small or local businesses have a hard time. Number one, if you've ever read the procurement documents, they're tough to get through if that's not your primary business. Number two, a lot of times there are capital requirements, equipment requirements, insurance requirements. Taking a look at those, you know, what you're doing, and when the city buys things, because the city does spend a lot of money, and seeing how can we bring more of our own local businesses in. And obviously that has a number of benefits, keeping that money at home, providing jobs and helping to grow those businesses. So those are the items. And the final slide, I think, is just the any questions. Those are the strategic plan items that we've recommended. You have the full report in front of you, which also looks at some of the trends. I think we talked about those at the public meetings. We'd love your feedback. You know, this is your plan. We're happy to make whatever changes y'all want to make this a document that gets used and that you know, that's worthwhile to the community.
Any questions or comments from the commission at this time?
No, just great job. I mean, thank you guys for coming in, helping us with this this study, and it's certainly going to put us on track in terms of where we need to go and the various items that we're going to be working against, all of the various points that we have that we need to be looking at, focusing on to help move the community forward.
I appreciate that. It's been our pleasure. You know, as a planner, you love getting public input, and we've heard from a lot of folks in Palatka at all levels, and it makes you feel like people care about what you're doing, and so we thank you all for the input.
I have a question for you. And I like to thank the public for their input and coming into these strategic planning sessions. And a lot of things that we knew and some that we didn't know. But what I'm looking for, and I don't know if you're providing this or I missed it, but again, the action plan, how are we going to carry out these things? Are you going to also help facilitate us moving forward to making these things happen? You know, you got the plan pretty much from the community and the input. So where do we go from here?
That's a great question. You know, we got the grant and the funding to do kind of the high level strategic plan. I'm guessing that y'all's budget is coming up soon. You know, I think the kind of the action plan is the next step, but it's not something that was part of this project. Like I said, our recommendation is to pick 2 or 3 of these to try and focus on, in particular with some funding. And I would, you know, I think your staff is probably going to be looking out for grants that might fund some of the, you know, additional research work or other, you know, parts of this moving forward.
I understand your answer, but I guess I was looking for a little bit more. But I guess what you're saying is that's up to our city manager and other staff to carry it out as you have laid it out. Is that what I hear you saying?
I think so, yeah. And it's up ultimately to the commissioners to, to set the policy direction about which of these is the most important and which of these is going to get dollars attached to it, this year or next year. But
Well, the commission sets the priorities, and then the playbook is set in essence by the city manager and staff to make sure that once we set the priorities, and they've got an obligation to carry out the vision and to put the rest of it into the format, and there are opportunities to do that through funding and also internally as well. So I think that's kind of where you're going as far as what your comments are, correct?
I think that's correct, yes.
I appreciate you. I'm looking forward to starting to work on these projects, especially the removal of blight in our community, make Palatka look better and function better. And as we're talking about affordable housing, partnering with the Housing Authority to utilize some of these blighted areas and some of these homes that's going to get foreclosed. And if people don't start cleaning up, I think that's a good start for our community. And thanks to the code enforcement director and his staff for starting that, because I've seen some fruits of their labor already. But again, thank you.
Any other comments from the commission this time? Also, city manager, any comments?
None.
So I think we definitely appreciate you, Mr. Shad, and Northeast Florida Regional Council for the work that you've put forth in this study. And also kudos to the community as a whole for stepping up and showing up and providing the information necessary for you to be able to provide this report. And I think, that Commissioner Jones brings up a good point. The next steps are to make the vision a reality and to put this into a working document that continues to take shape on an annual basis and is reviewed and reprioritized so that it continues to move forward. And so it's now is just the opportunity for us for this commission to once again set priorities as we do annually, but also to allow this document to become a living, breathing document that applies to the daily operations. And that's where the commission works in concert with staff to make sure that these things are brought to fruition. And so we appreciate you and the work that you've done on this. And again, thank you very much.
Thank y'all.
We've been here for a couple hours. Let's take a 5-minute break and we will come back. Instead of recess. After a much needed break, we're going to call this meeting back to order. We're now on item number 7 of the agenda, which is discussion and direction for the Family Life Center request for $35,000 in support of getting the Family Life Center pool operational. As you recall, this item was on the last agenda. The item was tabled for the purposes of determining the legalities of any contribution or the manner in which contributions could be made based upon certain objections that were put in place. And so council's been out. And so at this point, we will move forward at this time and have council give us a report based upon the research that's been put in place or what recommendations may be there in summary. And so Ms. Thomas, are you almost ready to speak?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, without giving you a short course in constitutional law, I'm just going to go over some brief things. Everybody thinks they know what the First Amendment says, but I'm just going to give you the salient points of the First Amendment as it relates to religion and religious institutions. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. That's the part of the First Amendment that refers to this situation. We have received a couple of letters from outside entities concerning the commission's decision or trying to sway them one way or another. And the most salient case that has been was in 2017, I think it is, U.S. Supreme Court case called Trinity Lutheran Church of Columbia, Inc. versus Comer. Case out of Missouri. And basically, in a nutshell, the city had a plan, a policy, law state, that they would not give any funding to religious organizations. In this case, the city of Palatka had no policy or ordinance restricting that kind of funding to religious organizations. So we don't fit really within this case, but this is the most salient information about contributions from governments to religious organizations. There was an application process in the U.S. Supreme Court case for a request for funding in the Calvary Baptist Church. There is no funding application. There is no process, no grants, no anything. This is a request by the church for a payment donation of $35,000 to reestablish the pool. There's been no decision as of yet regarding this matter. And as it comes to the two salient points of the First Amendment, denial of free exercise right. The US Constitution, First Amendment, gives everybody the right to have free exercise of their religious beliefs. And this government, the city of Palatka, cannot refuse to fund Calvary Baptist Church because it is a religious organization. However, there must be a public good and purpose along with any allocations. The second one, the anti-establishment case, the city of Palatka cannot make any donation, grant, payment to the city of Calvary Baptist Church in support of religion or the establishment of a religion. So these are the case law is very consistent in this matter, and that's where we are. In my opinion, at this point, we don't have enough, we need additional information as to how this arrangement and agreement would be made. As of this point, I think we've had received a invoice manager for, or as to how the money would be spent. But there are, I think, some missing parts as to future funding, whether it's adequate funding in this matter. And so that's what I have to offer. Any questions?
Any questions from the commission as it relates to the comments that you've heard thus far?
That last statement you made prior to the last one, you said the city could not, and you kind of went down. I could not hear it.
I'm
Could you
sorry
speak
about
up a
that.
little bit?
I have this peppermint in my mouth that I put in just before
Okay,
the
sorry,
mayor called me.
but could you reread that? Because I couldn't get exactly what you said. You said the city could not.
It was basically towards,
No,
I was gonna kind of give her a guide where she can go back to. It was about the establishment of a religion or for religion.
Could not be used.
Support and establishment of a religious organization. Yes.
No, that wasn't it.
I need, no.
That wasn't it?
No.
Could you, the last paragraph before your last paragraph. So the second to the last paragraph. We need clarification.
Where she said she needed additional information?
No. Okay. You want me to have you reread all of it?
What's your bullet point prior to you needing this information?
I said the denial of free exercise rights, a denial of the request from Calvary Baptist cannot be made merely because Calvary Baptist is a religious organization. Then I told you about the anti-establishment clause. That's a part of the First Amendment. And we cannot, the city cannot make policy or law regarding the establishment and support of a religious organization. And the court cases are consistent on this point.
So we can't make, but if we do that, we are, because we're setting a precedent, right? Or no?
Yes, sir, because there's none presently in existence. And I'm talking about the support for their religious, for their religious beliefs, or it has to serve a public purpose. I think that's what I told you also.
Yeah, the funding has to specifically go for the good of the public. The good of the public.
Okay.
As opposed to religion.
Yes, sir.
So what do you need from the organization to make to safeguard this commission from any wrongdoing or malice? That's why we recommend we wait to hear from you, our attorney, to tell us, to guide us in this matter. And that's what I'm kind of blatantly asking you now to give us, or if you need more information, please request that at this time, if that's not too.
So there definitely cannot be any kind of religious teachings, process, any kind of recruitment or anything like that about religion during the pool hours or doing any kind of activities involving citizens of the city of Palatka coming to utilize the facilities.
So at this point, you basically just need the details of what the pool operation would be and how the funds would be used.
Yes, sir.
So in the case law, historically, there's been this thing called almost like a secular purpose.
Yes, sir.
As it relates to what's in place. So are you saying that you need details which identify purpose and process and use of funds?
Yes, sir.
And so we have a representative from Calvary to come forward at this point. So I guess for the purposes of making sure, specifically, do you have a strategic plan or a plan for the pool itself that is in a written format that can be reviewed by council so that the question of purpose is addressed?
There is no strategic plan on the opening. However, I think what I heard being requested is what will the funds itself be used for? is how we're allocating the funds. Is that not what I heard?
Right, so, yeah, so how are the funds, so I guess the
So the
questions
fund,
are,
that's what I'm saying, how are the funds that will be provided be used? And I itemized the entire listing of where the funds would be spent, or how the funds would be spent.
even better than that, have you had an opportunity to meet, have y'all had an opportunity to meet with staff and go and discuss in detail? I know you haven't had an opportunity with council present. Has there been an opportunity to meet with staff in detail to address whatever concerns may come up as it relates to the pool itself?
Yes. Potential concerns may come up. The field organization, which is the not-for-profit organization, would take care of all of those issues. And also, members of the church will also take care of future financial issues in terms of donations. So again, this $35,000 that we are requesting, we already outlined where that money will go. We already have bids, receipts will be provided, and things of that nature. But as Councilman just said, for the good of the public, so the public will have free access to swimming, and we will provide scheduling and volunteers and things of that nature.
Okay. Any questions from council?
Also, excuse me, also make sure that there are no secular activities during the time that the public is in the pool.
Yes, ma'am.
Or religious activities.
Religious. I'm
Religious
sorry.
activities.
Yeah, religious activity. So
Sorry,
yes, we
non-secular.
already have open gym. We already have other opportunities that we provide to the city residents for free. And there is no proselytizing. There is no religious service going on doing those activities at all.
For those who don't have any divinity certification, you have to give the common, the layman's definition of
So let me give it in the common terms. When they play basketball, we don't have church. When they come and swim, we're not gonna have church. When they come and skate, we're not gonna have church. When we have the other activities and the mentoring and the cheerleading and all that, we don't have church.
Okay. You want to tell the commission too?
No,
Let me tell the commissioner
So we
that
good.
we don't have church.
and or recruitment, that because, you know what I'm saying? Because anytime during those times, just say for instance, if somebody be talk about, maybe even recruiting or whatever. So you just want to make sure that we're still clear of all of those things so that we're not in violation of any of that,
But Commissioner, I'm so excited to say that most of your commissioners have attended our food giveaways, and none of them was recruited, and they didn't see anybody being recruited to the church.
I was there too, sir.
Okay, well, you too then. So now you are with council, all of them are witnesses of us not recruiting people during this time of serving our community.
Well,
Pastor,
question
and
is it something that need to come from the church that say, or the pastor or the board that says that we will not do X, Y, and Z? I mean, because
We would need to draw up an agreement.
Right.
I think so. Absolutely.
So, I mean, that way,
Man,
it's
And your other activities that you spoke about, are you receiving any kind of city funds for any of those? And so that's why, this is not an issue with your other activities.
Yeah, that's a good point too, but to your point, you're saying just some type of written statement that would say that we're not going to practice religious services during the time of the swimming schedule. That'd be no problem.
I have a question for our attorney. Could we draft, I think we mentioned this before, we didn't get an answer, draft the MOU to the organization as to they will provide the service of the swimming pool to the citizens of Palatka at the cost of $35,000. for a period of 1 year or whatever. Wouldn't that alleviate us from any liabilities or any ongoing support? Once we do that, and we have an obligation of tendering the money, and they have an obligation to have the pool open to all other citizens of Palatka.
It's a different liability.
Well, I'm asking, she can tell me, and I'm good. I'm asking.
Also, sir, Commissioner Jones, if you're talking about $35,000 a year, is this gonna be an ongoing?
Not a year. I said one service for a 12. The pastor and the members of the organization said they give us a obligation of 1 year, that for the consideration of $35,000, they allow unlimited use for 1 year. That's an agreement. 35,000. They allow the citizens to come in and utilize the pool for a year. So we're not giving them anything. We're getting something for a service that we're paying for. I'm asking.
You have this your question to council?
Yes.
I'm sorry, that's something that the commission would have to decide as to whether, you mean about liability?
I want to
or
know if it's
anything like that?
legal and could we do it? Yeah.
Yes.
We'll be able to do it without any ramifications of doing something that's questionable.
We still have the obligations of them making the same kinds of agreements, that there will be no proselytizing during those times that the pool is open to the public. That's still an issue as far as the case law is concerned with the utilization of public funds.
So is it any different when we allow PAL, or PAL is a subsidiary of the Palatka Police Department,
Yeah, it's a
Police Athletic
not-for-profit.
League?
Yes.
Actually
And
not.
they actually use it for activities, and I guess for some in-kind, I don't know.
PAL is an entirely
not-for-profit, a
separate entity that's not even
from the
associated.
city. Yes.
Okay, so, the question, the answer is yes or no, that we could do that, MOU.
I still would have the same concerns about religious activities during those time periods. And I would still want an agreement. Go ahead, sir.
I was gonna just say, could you give us a simple, should we do it or not?
Oh, no, sir. That's up to the commission.
I got a question.
I
Hold on,
can
think this is
draft
going
a
in a different
document that
That's a
would
question.
address any of your issues that you want to do. I mean, any conditions that you want to have.
Pastor Johnson, while we're going through that, just let me get your comment right quick, and then I'll go back to Commissioner Jones, and I come to Commissioner Board.
Yes, commissioners, you have the opportunity to give us $35,000, and we will make the commitment to not proselytize or to recruit people for religious services. And we will open up the swimming pool based on scheduling and volunteers to provide free access. People will not be charged for public swimming. And the maintenance and the rest of the responsibility will fall on us. So again, that $35,000 is just the seed to get the pool operable.
So was that envisioned for a specific period of time or in perpetuity?
In terms of providing the free access,
Yes.
that's perpetuity.
Okay, so it wasn't a 1 year limit. That's what I wanted. That's what I was trying to get to.
Right.
That it wasn't a 1 year limit on that.
But it's based on.
It's based upon what resources you have available, both human and monetary.
Exactly.
You might not have that available, then we stuck.
That's not true, because you're not stuck now when it comes to basketball and other stuff that we're doing. So that's not true.
No, but I hear the language that you're using, based upon.
No, I just don't want to get into this. Well, you guys didn't open up on Monday at 5 o'clock, but we was open Tuesday through Friday. We just
Right.
didn't have volunteers for Monday at 5 o'clock. That's why I want to get
But so I think one of the things that happens from, and I guess I'll probably be speaking for council. I'll speak as an attorney more so. One of the things, the reason that it makes sense to do your memorandum of understanding is so you have your details in place, so there is no misunderstanding as to what you have. What I will say, what Commissioner Jones proposed, in my belief, is an option that would be legal as it relates to case law. However, it creates a second issue because it brings liability to the city as it relates to the pool itself. So it wouldn't be one that I would necessarily jump on. Logically, it makes all the sense in the world. The reality of it is, in the day of legalities and dealing with water sports and things of that nature, it wouldn't be a good thing for the city to take on additional liability when you don't have to, because that liability at this point falls on Theo and Calvary. And so that part of it doesn't make sense. What I would like to see is, I would like to see a meeting of the minds, because I don't think this takes a lot of time and a bunch of rocket science, is a meeting of the minds to come together to address the concerns and bring back some final document or some final language so that the issues, concerns as it relates to liabilities, relates to legalities are all addressed, and we can put this baby to bed. Because at the end of the day, like I said, for me, it's purpose over people. And that's what it boils down to. I don't necessarily, and I'll say it over and over again, I may not necessarily like the tactic, but I like the concept. So at the end of the day, it's a small town, and I think the reality of it is most of the people in here support what's going on because it supports youth, it supports seniors, it supports community, and it has a public will concept that goes along with it. All the other mess that we won't get into today doesn't necessarily go along with those concepts. But what I do know is that what happens here is an opportunity for that facility in the way that it was created to be used for the purpose that it had, and that's to serve the people of the community. And that's probably, I won't say probably, that's the best thing I've heard out of all of it. All the other rhetoric was just wasted noise. And once we talk about purpose, that's where we need to be. Now what we got to do is deal with process, because the law and everybody else, at the end of the day, you've got people standing in the corners waiting to say that this doesn't cut the mustard, that we hadn't dotted I's and crossed T's. And you could find yourself taking a good purpose and having it clouded by a whole bunch of other stuff because we didn't address the minor issues at the right time and pay attention to detail. And so I think there's an opportunity to accomplish all from a purpose standpoint, and at the same time make sure you deal with process while you're doing it. Because if this was baseball, you're standing on third base looking at home, and it's a free run, but you got a couple steps that you got to get through to get there, so that it all makes sense and it doesn't put a $35,000 piece in the way of costing you $150,000 or $300,000 in litigation costs just because you haven't handled your business. In a perfect world, you could get these donations probably faster than you could get this thing passed up here, dealing with red tape. And that's just the reality from the people that I've talked to. I know Mr. Jones probably could have cut a check on his own, but I think that's part of what happens when you deal with government. And there are, especially in a situation that's new, the thing you're looking at is it's a new process. It is something that sets a precedent for everything that's there. And so the thing that the commission, I think, has to be conscious of is when you're making decisions, understand that there's 62 other churches in this community inside of the city limits. So when you set these processes, make sure that you've identified why it makes sense to support the Life Center, because at the end of the day, the Life Center is filling a void as it relates to a public pool, even though it's owned by a nonprofit and a church, that will allow for people to have access. And the hope and the prayer is that the access is great enough where it makes a difference in the lives of many. And it creates opportunity both for the church and for the people. Because I think there are so many other doors that can be opened by just opening the one door. And that's what this is about at the end of the day. And I think that if you gotta jump some hurdles to get to the finish line, then you jump how many hurdles you gotta jump, because at the end of the day, the only thing you should see is the finish line. And so I understand it's frustrating because I'm here every other week doing this. And sometimes bureaucracy can make you pull your hair out. Well, you don't have no hair, but it'll make you pull your hair out because you have to make sure that you touch on certain things in order to get where you have to be. And that's the piece. And I think the more we talk about this, we put ourselves in a position where you have to address other issues. I think the reality of it is this commission needs to direct staff to come back with a final plan that says, here's the working order. We've addressed all the concerns that we have in place. Here are the final entities in place. There's a commitment from the organizations, both FIO and Calvary, that says this will be used strictly for a public purpose, that liability will be taken on by these organizations. And if necessary, an additional insurer would be the city on any insurance policy or liability policy that's out there, that all those things are in place, and that here's the commitment. It's in writing, it's done, and you get out of there, but the lawyers can do all that stuff because I ain't on a retainer right now. And so that puts you where you need to be, and you're done, and you get out of it, and it makes all the sense in the world. So that's my.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
So to your soapbox, can you break that down in layman's terms? There was a lot of stuff that was being said that nobody understands what you're talking about.
Get my phone number, I'll give it to you. You got it, Bob. I'll tell you, if you stay,
Because legally, we've talked to attorneys, we even have a letter from the governor's office that the city commissioner can pass this. $35,000.
The reality,
$35,000.
but the reality about lawyers is this: depending on who's paying and cutting the check, or who's asking the question, the opinions change. Every day, lawyers with the same law degrees go in the courts and have two opinions on the same thing that's in writing.
So you are admitting this is not about the law, this is about opinion.
No, listen, man, if you want to debate,
okay,
it is what you just said.
It won't happen today,
Mayor.
So I'm trying to help you, but I promise you. Yes, sir.
You can go ahead.
Okay, so last meeting, and I appreciate Mayor's comments, I asked, were you willing to do this decent and in order? And you replied yes. And a part of this is a part of doing it decent and in order. Again, we're not saying that this is something that we don't want to do. However, we want to make sure that in our doing, everything is done decent and in order. Because as we have a commitment, not only to you, but to the citizens of this community. And the last thing that we want anything to do is to come back and backfire on us, which would essentially backfire on you. So again, I ask, are you willing to meet with staff, go over everything that we need to have done, all legalities, everything, have that MOU, memorandum of understanding, so that again, everything is done decent and in order.
The decent and order part is not a problem. That's not a problem. But when you start talking about the memorandum of understanding and signing legal contracts that says that we're not going to proselytize or recruit, that's not a problem. I just want to make sure that we talk about $35,000 going through a long time frame that is comparable to what you would do for other people.
Exactly.
So what
That's why we're asking you to
$35,000
get with
4
staff.
months versus a year. So that would be the part that will bring concern to me.
And that's what I think staff is going to be able, our attorney is going to be able to meet with you and iron all of those details. So when it comes back to us, it's in a final verdict. So then we can make the decision. And again, that's going to take us back to that decent and in order. You'll be able to ask your questions, which will be with legal. And of course, if we have anything that we need to add or any concerns that we want to make sure is a part of that conversation, we have a duty to make sure that we need to communicate that with staff as well.
There's no problem. We'll make sure that we have legal representation as well.
I'll make it go faster. That's always good.
Yeah, hopefully it will make it go faster because it's been going on for about 2 or 3 months now.
We have stuff that's been going on for years.
But we have no problems again with the decency and an order, but We just need the information up front and we'll go and get it. Don't have to take all this time.
You don't want
Yeah.
to, well, you could be working on the same timeline we've been working on, waiting on funding from the state for Jenkins Middle School gym.
But we look forward
It's
to
been about
getting that
8 months.
information and working with you.
It's been since last May, so we're a little faster than the state.
I got one question, but the question that I have is the MOU and the liability. I know you mentioned if we did an MOU, would that, from a liability standpoint on the city side, what would that look like? You know, that would be the piece that we would pick up.
I think it's more so, it's something that they can deal with from the council side. I think the concerns that I outline are just basic concerns that you're gonna have with any one of those, regardless of who I represented. Whether if I was on the other side representing the church, I would want to make sure that certain liability aspects aren't in place and that you don't find yourself in another position. So I think with the MOU, the biggest thing with the MOU is making sure that you outline what the case law says, and you're making sure that the elements of the case law and the rulings are not things that that you're agreeing to not do the things that the Supreme Court has deemed to be unconstitutional. But that means going through those processes, and that means sitting down and having that conversation and making this memorializing whatever agreement you got in place from that standpoint.
Yeah,
listen, I'll say it and I'll say it again. It's a lot faster to get donations than it is to get this. And many people in this community are willing to cut that check.
Right.
So
one last one. We did receive this letter. I read the letter from Joshua Pratt, and I think council. So you took all that in consideration as well. Okay. So with that being said, I think due process being processed, and we just want you guys to be patient with us as because at the end of the day, when we make decisions, it's going to reflect back on this commission. And what the last thing I would want to do is to be made of, I mean, it's a good for a good cause, but I would hate to make a bad decision where it will be a liability. We get sued for whatever reason. So just please be patient. We're trying to do everything we can to assist in every way we possibly can. So please be patient. Due process.
I'd like to make a motion.
Question. Was the letter from the governor's office attorneys, was that considered by the commissioners?
I read that, and I'm in agreement with it, but I gotta rely on I'm not an attorney. I have to rely on my counsel.
I don't think we're hung up on the letter. We all got the letter. I think we're more focused on the MOU. And
so it's not the legal, it's the MOU.
It's right. That's what Mayor said. We're trying to make sure that the MOU, we're not in questioning if we can give it to you.
Right.
It's on the terms of what we give it to you. And we have a process for everyone that applies, even for anything else. There is still a process that they have to go through. So you have some, if they were to apply for certain grants for homes, they have to stay in it for a certain amount of time. So there's different things that you have to take in consideration when having this. And that's why the conversation of the MOU is going to be the thing that really seals the deal so that we're able to move forward.
Okay, so let's make sure I heard you. It's not a question of the legal part, it's the question of the MOU.
No, I'll say this for me. I don't know about anybody else, but I went to law school just like the attorney for the governor did. And at the end of the day, he can give his opinion, but if the opinion that he gives is an opinion that he has on that process, there's another lawyer on the other side that gave an opinion as to whether it was a violation of the Establishment Clause as well. So you got one lawyer on one side who wrote a letter who says it's a violation of the Establishment Clause. You got a lawyer on the other side that says it's a violation of the Establishment Clause. We've got counsel that we hire and we rely on their opinion who says, hey, if you do these things, then you don't violate the Establishment Clause. So at the end of the day, these two lawyers have polarized decisions. And so the one person who stands in the middle and says, hey, this is the process, that's who we're going to listen to, because we've got somebody who's on the far side of this angle, and we got somebody who's on the far side of this opinion. But then there's a lawyer in the middle for the city who at the end of the day is saying, hey, this can be done if we take these steps. So yeah, I see that opinion in the case law that's there, and I see this opinion in the case law that's there. And the interesting part is some of the case law is the same. They just read the cases differently. And so at the end of the day, I got a lawyer who looks at it and looks specifically at what the facts are associated with this case based upon the information that's been given, who says, hey, if we address these issues, then I don't see a reason why you can't do it. So the simple thing to do is address the issues and get it done.
Well, so I'm asking the question, is it a question of the legal or the MOU?
It's a question of, it's a
So we
question.
can be prepared, we have to be prepared. So is it a question of the legal aspect or the MOU?
It's a question. It's a question. So the MOU is a legal part, is a legal aspect.
And we
as
talked
well.
about that last meeting
And
as
so,
well.
when I say MOU, it's a legal aspect, because MOU is a legal aspect, just as case law interpretation is a legal aspect. But that could be a long lesson.
Let me ask the question like this. It's not a question of, is it legal for you to give us the money? So that's not the part we're struggling with,
The
right?
question is the question that's in place isn't whether it's not about being legal, it's how the money's being used and what the purpose is. So now where you are is you jump the hurdle, which says this is a violation of the establishment clause. Now what you got is memorializing how it won't violate the establishment clause. So you got to go through processes to get to that point. And that's where you are. So at the end of the day, it's in order to get this done, you got to satisfy concerns here and here. Once those concerns are satisfied, then it's a done deal. And that shouldn't take a whole lot of time unless y'all put a whole bunch of extra detail into it. You're at third base. Again, 60 feet away is home plate. So let's just go ahead so everybody can trot together and get this thing done. So the sooner that the minds can meet and we can get this done, the easier it is. I actually don't think it's very complicated. But the longer we talk about it, the more complicated it gets. And so that's a piece that's there. I do have one person, public comment, Mr. Holly, if you could come forward at this time for public comment, we can take that. Just give your name and address when you come forward, sir.
Yes, I'm Fred Holly. I'm nothing, don't get me wrong. I'm trying to be big or nothing like that. I'm just, I've got nothing against the pastor, like I said. The only thing is, what about the upkeep on this pool? Like we give them 35,000 to get it up to par. There's a big upkeep on this pool, I understand. That's the reason the city, I understand, got rid of it. They had to give it up. I might be wrong.
Oh, you mean the reason the city got rid of the city pools in the past?
That's why I understood. That's why I understood.
It's before my time. I was still trying to go to the pool when the pools were got rid of.
We never did own the pool at one time. The city never did own the pool at one time.
I did when I was a kid.
Yes.
You started trouble.
And, but there's a big upkeep on that pool, I understand. That's the reason. But who's your backer besides the church?
Let's
Who's the backer?
just go, let's, Mr. Holly, Mr. Holly, you have to make your comments to the commission, and then I'll let you and Pastor Johnson talk a little bit afterwards.
But there's a big upkeep on that pool, I understand. Who's his backer? If he's the backer himself, he ought to have 35,000 now to be. That ain't a problem. Because there's a big upkeep on that pool, I understand. Now the kids, yes, I believe it would be a good idea to have this pool for the kids. Let the kids come out and play in it. But while they're today, and go back next week, the pool's closed up, they're gonna say, Mommy, what's wrong? The pool was open last week, but it's closed up today. The health department closed it down for some reason. That's what she probably told them. The city maybe ought to buy this place from the guy.
All right, sir.
Yeah, you're losing me. So I understand your concerns. I think the concerns.
Then the kids could, but if he's going back it by himself, he's not going to be able to furnish it free of charge. Not very long. Not very long. 35,000 will get the pool up going.
You got about 20 seconds.
All right. That's all I got to say is that the backing. That's when I told them to get the other churches together. I'm not saying you have churches too.
Mr. Holly.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying try to get the churches come together, that would give you a big back, and then you'd be able to keep the thing up without any problem.
Well, we got you. So definitely comments are well received. And so again, we
I think
appreciate
this
you.
is a good city commissioner, just like you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Won't you volunteer and go in with him and say, I'm helping him back it, then you just let it go.
We're gonna get some of that. We're gonna get some of that money. You guys. Where's my bell? Let me ring my bell on Mr. Holly. Listen, it's always, we always know that. Listen, when you ask a preacher who's his backer, everybody knows that answer. So we, Mr. Holly, we appreciate you giving us a laugh and volunteering my money. So, so again, thank you. At this time, I'll close public comment. If there's no one else, we'll ask for a motion to give direction to the commission or as it relates to this item.
I will make the motion that we defer this over to council and staff to meet with the Family Life Center and their representatives and come back with a final drafting of an MOU.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor and a second. Is there any further discussion on this motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So we are getting ready to round third base and move forward. Commissioner, we didn't purchase a pool for the city, but we are moving forward. Pastor Johnson, I mean, if you want my terminology, give me a call. Alan, give me a call and I'll give you my terminology in layman's terms. So again, y'all don't have to leave now. Y'all don't have to leave. We ain't no benediction. So we will move the agenda forward at this time. We adopt resolution on item number 8, adopt resolution 2022 R83, award invitation to bid for our GAC carbon filters.
The resolution authorizing award of XB 2022-06, execution of a contract report approving funding sources for the granular activated carbon filter project at the water treatment plant for Governor's Airs.
So move.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor in a second. Now open the floor for public hearing. Is there anyone here for public hearing? Hearing no one, we'll close public hearing. Just so we know on this item, part of the resolution talks about the use of ARPA funding, considering the use of ARPA funding for the purposes of the GAC filters. If you recall, the GAC filters was one of the expenditures that we were looking to use with ARPA funding. It's a critical piece of the puzzle as it relates to what we're doing at the water treatment plant, at the water plant, and it gives us an opportunity to move forward. The resources there, we'll never get an opportunity again to use ARPA funds in this way, as opposed to creating a debt service for this project. And so that's where we are. Any questions from the commission as it relates to this? Seeing no questions from the commission, any questions from staff for the commission for directional purposes?
Just want to let the commission know we did secure the additional SRF funding in the event that we do have overages. It can be used for that contingency fund at a later date.
But the money that we have set aside in ARPA should be sufficient based upon where we are right now, unless something changes from a pricing standpoint.
Yes, sir.
And it changes daily. All right. So if there's no other questions from the commission at this time, questions called. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Question, where does that leave us with our ARPA funds, with that going out there? Just like to kind of know what we I know we did 330 for the apparatuses for our fire department, and
that tied up, I think, with the ARPA, it tied us up with basically the gap in funding that we had, that surplus pieces that were in place. And then that recommended list that we had initially is still in play. And it's a matter of what the commission wants to do. The plan was for the commission as a whole to look at that list of recommendations that came in during that last meeting and to determine if those were the appropriate funding levels, there was something else that you wanted, how you mesh those. And so and so that's what puts us where we are. What was you have the total number? So,
I mean, we don't have to get it tonight. I mean, just, whenever you can, no need you looking it up tonight.
the list that was created from that workshop, that stuff is there. And so we basically have to determine if we want to stay at those funding levels on those projects, or if there's any additional projects that we want to put in place. And that email should go out in the next few days, so that we'll have that for the June meeting to finalize the ARPA plan. And if there's anything else that the commissioners want on there, or anything that you want to take off, then it's going to be the time. So we'll at least have a roadmap of where we are.
So can we have a roll up of what we have from the award and what have been spent on what?
From the two tranches? Yeah.
The roll up, yeah.
Know what I just said?
Yeah. So that was it. So we basically funded the packs for fire, this project, and we funded go ahead.
So far, the commission has approved the SCBA air packs, which was $330,000. And the St. John's Avenue Palm to Mosley, which is $1,242,622. And then this project, if you add it, would be $1,173,550.
I'm getting old. Can you help me?
So I will give you the breakdown. I just wanted you to be aware of what you have already approved.
Yeah.
We just need to
So
run
what happened to that, the money that was allocated for the St. John's and Mosley prior?
That was SRF.
Yeah, that was.
So it went back into, so we can use it for other projects, right?
That was the purpose. That was the conversation that we had about the things that you wanted to do, to be able that you had that funding and that was still available to do some other stuff.
Yeah, could you have that included, how much of that is going to be available for the other project?
For the other SRF approved projects?
Yeah.
That 1-2, the entire 1-2 is going to be available depending on how you want to allocate it.
Right.
To the other
So that we
projects
could
if they have.
discuss it, yeah, so to discuss it, make it, all right.
All right, moving the agenda. We have. Next up is item number 9, discussion and direction acquisition of Tierra Wood Stormwater Pond. $5,000.
Commissioners, Mayor, some of you may be aware that Tierra Wood subdivision has 2 stormwater ponds. When it was originally platted, those ponds were not transferred to the city. There is not a homeowners association, so there is not an entity to maintain those ponds. The pond that we're talking about is in the middle of the screen. It lies on the eastern half of lot 33. In conversations with the property owner, they wish to transfer that to the city. Obviously, there are some minimal costs to make that happen. There may be some surveying costs and recording fees. And, staff is of the opinion that we should pursue this. I don't remember the exact year, but sometime, at least in my tenure in the city, we did secure the other pond to the south of Tierra Woods. That pond has been cleaned out, demucked, and put in the maintenance system.
In the interest of full disclosure, Mr. Griffith, would you give the commission an estimate of what it might cost to put this pond back in the condition that would meet its original purpose?
City manager, I'm tired of being really wrong on cost estimates the past year, but the last time we looked at this, it was somewhere in the ballpark of I think $30,000 to have it demucked and have the trees removed. So right now we're thinking somewhere in the $50,000 range.
That is an estimate. We'll underline that.
So between
Best
30,
estimate we can come up with right this second.
30 to 50 off the cuff.
Correct.
And I didn't mention the current condition, it is overgrown, so it doesn't have its full permitted storage capacity and it is not functioning.
This was an old subdivision for the commission's information. This was an old subdivision. I don't know exactly what date it was platted many years ago.
Early 80s, I believe, sir.
When it was platted, and this issue has arisen before, in my experience, the developer of the subdivision deeded the retention ponds to the purchasers of the adjoining lots. There was no homeowners association, no common funding source. So in essence, the owners of the adjoining lots ended up the owners of the retention ponds. And of course, that's not something that would today be considered appropriate. It doesn't provide for a mechanism in the future of keeping the ponds clean, other than at the expense of the property owner who happened to sometimes maybe with knowledge, maybe without knowledge, ended up with that property as part of the lot they bought. So this basically rights a wrong, for lack of a better term, and with the expenditures that Mr. Griffith mentioned, you'd be able to put the pond back in a condition where it might serve its original purpose of a retention pond.
It's just one of those ones that would have been taken care of with proper impact.
Yes, and we have identified available funding sources. You have some unbudgeted revenues from the land lease out off Palatka Road, as well as unbudgeted revenues that were realized this year for the sale of surplus property. So we don't see this impacting reserves.
I'll ask a different question. So that's not in the, so the Kaylarkin Road, that old runway is not on the airport fund?
No, sir. That property was surplus from the airport. It's not on the airfield.
Yeah, I thought it was part of the airport. So the acquisition cost, this goes directly to the home, to the property owner for this property, or that inclusive of cost?
No, and again, we've only had conversations. Their interest is basically unburdening themselves with the maintenance responsibility. So the acquisition cost is strictly for the surveying necessary to split the lots.
So they're just going to quit claim it. In essence.
I don't know if we'd insist on a warranty deed, but obviously we'd want title insurance and assurance of title in some form or fashion. They may not want to do anything other than quit claim, since they're essentially receiving no money for it. It's relieving them of a burden. And the costs involved are going to be, as Mr. Griffith mentioned, just title processing, title insurance, and survey.
I get it. Don't do it. Any other questions from the commission? Seeing none.
I mean, so the ponds are on adjacent, well, it's the property, can we pull it up on, can we pull up on Google
There's a
Maps?
house on this lot 33, sir, and this is the pond, falls within the parcel.
Right, and what is that, what road is that right there that come down, Sunny down? Is that a road?
Stewart Street, Tierwoods Drive.
Stuart, Mr. Griffith, can I zoom in?
Yes.
If that's far enough, but.
That area right there. So in essence, it'll be a stormwater retention. Wow. And ongoing maintenance, that's what the city will have to take over to constantly.
You took that over on the other pond, did we?
Yes, sir.
So it's to get things right there. Is it causing, it's causing problems over in neighborhood in terms of
We're cruising myself.
Yes, sir.
water not running off. If it's something that the city probably need to do to help right or wrong, I mean, just if it's the right thing to do.
There's a whole bunch of retention problems in that area that are.
Would that help? That would
This is
help.
going to correct it. There's a couple ponds that are being corrected in the area that's changing the dynamics of everything that was out there.
Commissioner, I don't want to mislead. I'm not sure that the lay of the land is such so that retention pond is going to solve all the drainage problems out there. So for the record, we're not making that representation. In the past, I've been advised that there may be some issues in terms of.
On the other side.
Yeah,
This.
but it is something that it'll help.
Mr. Jones.
Thank you.
because of my familiarity and I stay in a proximity around about that way, I'm going to recuse myself from any vote on this issue.
And to leave the chambers also. Thank you.
Based upon what we have in place, does anyone here for public hearing? Seeing no one, we'll close public hearing. Any further discussion from the commission?
Question.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously with one recusal. Commissioner, tell Commissioner Jones he can come back. He's listening at the door. I've never seen him leave the chambers.
It was 3-0.
It's 3-0.
Yeah, that was unanimous
It's
vote.
3-0, one recusal.
Right.
Let the record reflect Commissioner Jones has now been summoned back. I'm not gonna jinx it. Next up, public hearing, CDBG Fair Housing Workshop.
Good evening.
How are you, sir? Thank you for your patience. I'm sure you get this everywhere you go.
Basically, part of it, I'm gonna pass that aside.
Is staff eligible to sign that, Mr. Fox? Okay, just want to make sure.
So basically, there is a fair housing workshop package in the back of the room. If somebody wants to follow it, get their own copy. And just discuss the fair housing program that's in place in the city. Board. So it's an equal opportunity for all. Go to the next page, please. The Fair Housing Act, what does it do? 42 USC prohibits discrimination in housing related to transactions, including the sale, rental, or financing of dwellings. Discrimination includes refusing to rent to someone, steering someone away to a particular type of housing or neighborhood, and enacting zoning measures to exclude particular groups, etc., because of membership in a protected class. Next slide, please. Protected classes include race, color, religion, national origin, sex, familial status, that includes children under the age of 18 living with a parent or legal custodian, includes pregnant women, people securing custody of children under 18, and disabled people. Next slide, please. It is unlawful to discriminate against a person whose household includes one or more children who are under 18 years of age, familial status in which one or more minor children live with a parent or legal custodian. Additional protections. If you have a disability, if you have a physical or mental disability, including hearing, mobility and visual impairments, cancer, chronic mental illness or HIV/AIDS, that substantially limits one or more major life activities or are regarded as having such a disability, a housing provider may not refuse to let you make reasonable modifications to your dwelling at your own expense. A landlord may permit changes only if you agree to restore the property to its original condition when you move. And an example would be a building with a no pet policy must allow a visually impaired tenant to keep a guide dog. Next slide, please. The Federal Fair Housing Act exempts owner-occupied buildings with no more than 4 units and single-family housing sold or rented without the use of a broker. Senior housing exemptions exempt some senior housing facilities and communities from liability for familial status discrimination, provided under any state or federal program that HUD has determined to be specifically designed and operated to assist elderly persons or intended for and solely occupied by persons 55 or 62 years of age or older. Next slide, please. If you think your rights have been violated, you can contact the following at the Florida Commission on Human Relations. And again, in the handout and on the screen is the addresses and phone numbers and contact information. So I'm just going to read the names of the three. The second being the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, the Southeast Regional Office, the third being the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And again, this is all in the handout in the back if you're interested. What you will need to provide is your name and address, the name and address of the person your complaint is against, which is called the respondent, the address or other identification of the housing involved, a short description of the alleged violation, which is the event that caused you to believe your rights were violated, the dates of the alleged violation, your local ordinances. Ordinance includes steps and time limits in which complaints must be submitted and responses must be provided. And the city does have an ordinance in place for that. Next slide. What will happen when you file a complaint? The office receiving the complaint will notify the person filing the complaint and the alleged violator, which is the respondent, of the filing of your complaint and allow the respondent time to submit a written answer to the complaint. Investigate your complaint and determine whether there is a reasonable cause to believe that the respondent violated the Fair Housing Act. Notified you and responded if HUD cannot complete its investigation within 100 days of filing your complaint and provide reasonable for the delay. Fair Housing Act conciliation during the complaint investigation, HUD is required to offer you and the respondent the opportunity to voluntarily resolve your complaint with a conciliation agreement. That is the fair housing presentation. Are there any questions for anybody?
Any questions? No questions, sir.
Workshop.
Yep.
Yeah, the next, yep.
What's about?
Yes.
I know you're the CDBG guru.
That's debatable, but go ahead.
However, we don't currently have any housing rehabilitation projects going on or grants out there. What can you do for us to get some of those going?
And it's part of the next presentation is the options with small city CDBG. One of the options, and we've done it here years and years ago, we ran it. We actually had our own cruise at one point. In fact, one of the gentlemen that was up here for the veterans thing was actually a member of the crew the city had back in the late 70s, early 80s. But right now, the program for that the housing rehabilitation and replacement. The guidelines are 6 or 7 years old, and to be competitive, you're looking at committing to address 11 housing units. And what we're finding now, and we're running a number of these mostly in counties, is that by the time we get to 6 or 7 units with the cost of building materials and labor, we're out of money. So far, we've been fortunate because they haven't left any communities unfunded, which means if there was an unfunded community, you could not reduce your score below what that community scored who did not get any money. So we've been able to reduce the number of homes to whatever we needed to do within the budget. If you applied this time, and it's an option, for the housing program, and they funded communities and still had some unfunded communities, when you got to that point, you would not be able to reduce your score and you'd be liable to commit to the other 3 or 4 homes, which means out of pocket anywhere from $150,000 to $300,000 to $400,000. So for this particular cycle, we're not, I mean, we can do a housing grant with you. We're running several right now. Again, mostly in counties, unincorporated counties. But until DEO revises their rule and realizes the costs have gotten to the point where when we were getting a small house built for 70, 80, 90,000 2 years ago, that same little house, and again, we bid it out to contractors, so it's not something that we're constructing ourselves. It's up in the $125,000 range, and this is 800-900 square feet. Most of our clients are elderly people that are 1 or 2 in a household. It's not usually not, I mean, the way the program is structured, those are your typically a community's priority. And once you address a house with CDBG funds, you have to deal with every code violation. You cannot go in a house and say, replace the plumbing and walk away from everything else, replace the roof and walk away from everything else. You've got to deal with every code violation of that property. So even on a rehab is running at 60, 70,000 right now. And like I said, and a new home, which is competitively bid out, is running about 100 a quarter.
All right, but strictly on the rehab part of it, to help us fight the blight and slum, working with code enforcement. The reason why I'm asking about that, to work in conjunction with code enforcement, where we could have, there may be minor code violations, where we could actually come and get funds, where we could actually give a grant or award to help an elderly person or somebody that's qualified to receive these monies to repair their home, so that they are able to stay in them and not get liens on their property. You know, when we're talking about, I don't want to say revitalizing, but rehabbing, and we're going in and enforce it, we should have some solutions. We don't want to just have people a hardship. So when we're going in, we don't want to look like a villain. We're going in to improve the entire neighborhood, the entire community. So I would like to really, if you could seek those type of funds or get with our.
That's an option, again, realizing the liability that you have with, again, until the DEO revises their rules to allow you to address fewer units with the amount of money, or increases the amount of money to allow you to address, you know, the additional units. The program, just so you know how it's structured, is typically you would pass what's called a housing assistance plan, which basically says what you're going to do. It prioritizes the people that you're going to consider, i.e. elderly, 1 or 2 person households is going to be maybe your highest. Handicap might be number 2, large family might be number 3, and then maybe small family be number 4. That'd be totally your decision how you structure that as a commission. And then we would open it up with that. When you prepare the application, you're not committing to any specific property. You're saying, hey, we're going to do 11 housing units. They're going to be citywide. We're going to take applications, and then typically we would then pre-qualify the people that applied, which basically means that we're comfortable that their incomes are within the budget. And basically part of the project now is that 2 of the 11 units need to be occupied by extremely low income people, which is 30% of median. And for Putnam County, median's lower than any of your surrounding counties. So you're starting out sort of in the hole anyway, and then you're taking 30% of that. So they're making 12, 13,000 a year as a household, and you're fixing their home. And then some of the questions that arise is if they have future problems, they're elderly, they can't fix them. They can't afford to have them fixed. And you know, what's it going to do to their property taxes if you tear down the old house and put a new house on their lot? They're still going to have homestead exemption, but how's that going to impact the property taxes they're going to have to pay? What we do in selecting the homes is we would bring all that back to your citizens group, who would then rank them, who would come to you with those rankings, and you could revise them. But we'd like to put the citizens group in the middle, so it's not so much a political decision who gets the houses. Yeah, I mean, it's a good program and it's helped a lot of people, but you're going to basically help somewhere around 11 families. This is a double cycle. This is the first time the state took over the program in '84, and this is the first time the state is doing a double cycle. They're taking the 2021 federal fiscal year money and 2022 federal fiscal year money and putting it together. So it may be that they do have more applications than they have money than they have applicants, or might have more applications than and more money than applications, so they fund everybody. And then if you only can do 6 or 7 homes, we're good. We just do an amendment and we go down to that number as long as everybody gets funded, but you don't know that going in.
Right. So understood. Thank you. But when we're talking about doing what we're going to do with the community development block grant, could we do both projects? No?
You basically, there's 4 categories. One's economic development, and you can do one of those a year, but you got to tie it with a developer. Give you an example of the last one we did here. The bowling alley went out of business because they didn't have sewer. Their sewer system that they owned independently was shut down. The city did a grant working with us where we provided him city sewer. We put a line under was it 19, I believe, out there, and tied it back into his sewer into the city system, which then allowed him to reopen the bowling alley. We've done several of them. I've probably done 35 over the years for a number of projects, but it's contingent upon job creation. At that point, the bowling alley was vacant. He had let all his people go because he couldn't operate without sewer. We've done hotels, we've done industry. We've done a lot of things.
I'm familiar. I don't mean to cut you off, but
Yeah.
I'm familiar with all those.
Okay.
And the last question, you couldn't do something like that in conjunction with like Habitat?
Yeah, well, the problem with doing it with Habitat, and I just did a project with Habitat in Lake County, where we put in the water and sewer line. They were developing a small Habitat subdivision. We put in the roads and the water and sewer lines with county CDBG funds, which is an entitlement program. The problem is with small cities, which is what you've got, small city CDBG, you can't close your grant out until all the homes are occupied. So basically, if we put the water and sewer lines in, you'd have to not apply for another grant until all those homes were occupied by low, moderate income households.
All right, I got it. Thank you. So no, I got you. Thank you.
I'm not saying what you want to hear, but I'm telling you the truth.
No, I appreciate it.
All right, the next thing I think on the agenda is discussion on this CDBG project. So if you want to make that presentation and then open the public hearing, I can do that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, there's a handout on this. You want to put it up on the screen? There you go. Okay, back up one. There you go. Yeah, this is the CDBG. This is the block grant. And again, this is the 21-22 cycle. And they are actually doing a double cycle for the first time since the state took over the program in '84. Go to the next slide, please. There are 4 categories. Housing rehabilitation, which we just went over, is one. You're eligible for $750,000 in any of the first 3 categories. And housing rehabilitation is not only rehabilitation, it's also replacement, but it's typically with owner-occupied units. So again, you would typically put an application in. Usually it's for 11 units, because when you look at how this works out, that gets you the most points in the competition. You would basically not select the houses till after you're funded. And then we would go through a process of allowing people to put in applications, going through your citizens group to recommend different clients, prioritize them, bringing that to you for approval. And then once that is done, we would start doing title searches on the property to make sure that the people we were dealing with actually had good title to the property. And at the end, typically the city would put a lien on the property for a certain number of years, and that serves 2 purposes. Number one, you don't want to spend $125 building somebody a house and the for sale sign goes up a week later. And number 2, for their own benefit, a lot of people have gone out when there wasn't a lien, and they've gone to the furniture store, got a new house, need new furniture, and so the furniture company gladly does that, puts a lien on the property for the payments. The owner can't make the payments, and they end up with the property. With us with the city having a first mortgage, all of that doesn't happen. So that's option 1. Option 2 is commercial revitalization. That basically is downtown redevelopment. All the lights you've got downtown, a lot of the trees that were down there were CDBG projects in the past, and that's certainly an option. 3 is neighborhood revitalization, and that's what you've been doing recently, it's water lines, water plant, sewer plant, parks. You mentioned a pool earlier this evening. You could actually build a pool. That would be an eligible activity. You could build a neighborhood center. We just built 2 neighborhood centers in 2 communities recently. So that's the third option, is neighborhood revitalization. And again, each of these, your maximum is 750,000. Once you apply for one, you can only apply for one. You cannot apply again for any of the 3 categories until that one is closed out. And then the 4th category is economic development, and the cap there is actually $1,500,000, but it's just under $35,000 for every permanent full-time equivalent job the business owner is creating for the project. In other words, you're in business, or you're in bed with a business owner. He's committing to create a certain number of jobs, either expanding an existing facility or putting in a new facility. And you're agreeing to put in infrastructure that he would normally pay for, but you're using the grant money to run water to him, run sewer to him, run 3-phase electric, run natural gas, put in the street, put acceleration, deceleration lanes, and all those things qualify. But then we have to document the job creation at the end. And if for some reason he doesn't create the jobs, the state will come back to you because you got the contract with the state and want their money back, because it's HUD money and HUD's not gonna let it go away. There's another component that we've used, which is a rural infrastructure fund, that's state money. And if the program does go away, then the rural infrastructure fund will go away as well. But you are on the hook for the CDBG funding. And normally the way you protect yourself is you have the participating party commit to a letter of credit from his lender, where if he, for some reason, doesn't create the jobs, you can go to his lender and get your money to pay back the state, or you have him take out a bond to the city for the same reason. And again, for economic development, you're looking at about $35,000 per each job he's creating, and for $1.5 million, you're looking at about 43 jobs. And you can do one of those a year. Those are the 4 categories. The next page is, and we talked about very low income. So to give you an idea for a housing project or any of these, very low income for a 1-person household is $13,590 a year here in Putnam County. And again, that number is significantly higher in the adjacent counties because St. John's is part of the Jacksonville MSA, and Alachua is part of the MSA obviously it's Gainesville's MSA. So in the project, what we're looking at for the service area, we want to get to at least 30% very extremely low income households and 70% low income households, which is 80% of median. But just threshold, even have an eligible application, it must be 51% of households that you're benefiting with your project are low moderate income households. Next slide. There are points for leverage, which means that after you're funded, if you commit $2,000, you get a point up to $50,000 for 25 points. And again, it's a competition. And this is basically in the neighborhood category or in the commercial category. And this is money you commit after you're funded. So basically, if you paid an art engineer on the front end to develop your plans and specs, which is worth 50 points in the competition if you're going shovel ready, and you receive funding, you could not go use part of the money that you obtain from CDBG to reimburse the city for what you had paid the engineer. That money is not reimbursable from the grant. Next, okay, the steps are, you appointed your citizens group. They met last Thursday and have come back with a recommendation, and we'll present that to you after the public hearing. You're advertising and holding your first public hearing this evening, and we just advertised and held the fair housing workshop. And then at this evening, when we're done, we would ask you to come back with a recommendation for staff and us to work on developing a project for submission. And then we'll schedule a second public hearing between now and the 21st of July, where we go over the details of the application. Again, have another public hearing, and then you'll pass 2 resolutions, one authorizing submission of the application, and the second one, if you choose, for the match, city match. I'm done. Let's go ahead.
I know, I know you explained this, it's gonna sound like I keep going back to the same question, but I'm not. I know that the project that we have lined up is an infrastructure project, right? And we have other avenues to get the infrastructure project done. We have other funding sources, but we don't have other funding sources to do the revitalizations that I'm talking about, other than the block grant.
Right.
So if we knowing that, why aren't we pursuing that for those purposes?
Okay,
The housing
I'm here
redevelopment.
giving you your options. You
No,
wanna know
no,
which
no,
way
no,
to
no.
go?
I'm putting it out here for
Okay.
the commission as well. There's an avenue, and I've been asking about why are we not doing that? And so we can. And if we divert and put the ARPA funding where it's eligible, and that's with the infrastructure project, and go out, seek after the $750,000 grant that could help in these neighborhoods. I think that, I don't know what the board recommended to us. I guess we'll see it,
The
but
citizens group did recommend basically replacing the water lines along a portion of Madison Street between 5th and they said 12th. You can't
5th
do,
and 11th.
you're really stopping at 11th because there's no houses from 11th to 12th. And doing some work at improvements at the water plant. And John, I think we'll go over those more than I can.
right. So again, we have funding that can cover that area, but we don't have the funding to do rehab.
And and again, as a company, we do rehab every day. So we're qualified to do it. It's up to you what you want to do.
I think it's an avenue that we should, as a board, explore, have some neighborhood improvements.
Could I ask some
It's my
questions,
business.
Mayor? So this is a fairly broad subject that you're very well versed in, as long as I've known you, Mr. Fox. You've
been a
been
while.
doing this, and that's been a long time. And so the questions I'm asking are not with the effort of making a point, but they're actually with the idea of me understanding, making sure I understand. If one, you applied for a housing rehabilitation grant, is that the correct terminology?
Yes.
Okay, a housing rehabilitation grant. One, now you're competing with other entities who are also applying for a housing rehabilitation grant.
Correct.
One of the major factors in that's going to be how many houses you pledge to fix.
It's a combination of how many you pledge to fix. To get maximum points in the competition, you're pledging that 2 of them will be extremely low income. You saw the numbers on that. And again, at $13,500 a year, it's very hard to keep up a household, even if it's brand new.
So the risk you run with at least those 2 houses and with our incomes level.
And then 3 additional houses must be at 50% of, between 30 and 50% of median.
So
and then the rest will be up to 80% of median.
So your first point was that, one, if you fix that house, you may be fixing it for someone who can't afford to maintain it or pay the taxes on it.
And you're hoping that the taxing authority doesn't put their taxes in a position where even with homestead exemption, they can't pay them.
So that's your first hurdle. Second hurdle is to have a competitive chance, you got to pledge for 11 houses.
Right.
Your maximum is $750,000, which means $68,000 per house without coming out of pocket.
Correct.
And you're telling us that that's a very difficult thing to achieve.
I'm saying that we could do that 4 or 5 years ago, but just like you had your discussion on how gasoline has gone up, and I'm sure with your bidding, you're knowing what materials are doing. It's the same in the housing market. Contractors are bidding on this stuff, and they've got to worry about not what the price is today, but what the price is going to be 60 or 90 days down the road when they start the house, and are they covered with the bid?
Which is pretty hard to budget.
Yeah, and because part of this is you've got to do environmental reviews. So we do 100 environmental review on the front end that's just generic. It says, hey, we're gonna do 11 houses. They're somewhere in the city. Some of them may be in a flood zone, some may not. But then when you actually choose the house, we have to go back and do another environmental review that's site specific. And that takes 60, 90 days to go through the process. And we don't do that till after the contractor has put in his bid. So he's holding his bid all that time until we get permission from DEO to execute a contract, for the city to execute a contract with him. And at that point, if there's demolition involved, then he may be the demo contractor, maybe a different contractor.
Who pays for that environmental assessment?
The environmental is part of what we do with the administrative fees.
Okay, so, but assuming you get through past all those hurdles, now you've pledged to fix the 11 houses.
Yeah, again, that, which is not a problem if they have community supply, then they have money and everybody gets funded, then you can reduce your number because there's nobody that you got to stay above. There's no community that didn't get funded with whatever the score was that you got to stay above.
But if. And either way, then that you got to fix those 11 houses if that means coming out of pocket.
Yeah, and you're talking about all code violations. So even if you get a home that's built, say, before 2000 and around 2000, once you get past a certain point, you get into, your code becomes a new building code, not the housing code anymore. And even the house is in good shape. Now you've got to meet all the wind load requirements for a new home. And most, for instance, even in a concrete block home, if you build a concrete block home, when you built it in 2000, you didn't have steel going vertical, you had steel going horizontal. But now they require you got to have steel in the corners, you got to have steel on both sides of the windows. That's tying in the rafters to the foundation. It's an inexpensive process.
Is there a minimum house size?
You create that in your house. But it also has to meet your building codes.
Well, would you say that people are a good investment? Because I know it's expensive.
I'm not
but we
saying it's
invest in
not a
our
good
people.
program. I'm saying we've helped a lot of people. It's been a few years when we started out. We've worked with people that live, their house had dirt floors. I mean, it wasn't a matter of a shack, it was really dirt floors on a wooden shack.
Yeah.
So we've helped a lot of people. I've had people right here. I had a family right here, a husband and wife, probably 25, 30 years ago that we did last rehab here. They had never had a bathtub until we finished the project. Wow. I mean, there's a lot of good things that happen with a housing rehab program. I said, right now, realize your liability if you decide to go that way.
And one final question, is there any significance to choosing a project that is not consistent with the recommendation of the?
No, the commission's free to choose whatever kind of project they want. You just have to basically accept a recommendation from the CATF.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Have you seen anybody using ARPA funds to supplement the housing?
I don't know if you can use ARPA funds and stuff. Well, you've got a situation. I know you can't use city funds. You can use SHIP funds, which of course the county has, and a lot of times the county will let it bring it over. But I think, and this is a legal question, I'm not sure you can use your general revenue funds to benefit individual households in their homes.
I think the ARPA funds can be used for housing rehab.
Well, housing is considered federal, ARPA is considered federal funds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not gonna be considered general.
Yeah.
And it can
But
be
one of
used
the
for,
questions I've got, and we're getting sort of deep in the woods here, deep in the weeds.
yeah.
Okay. With ARPA, you got less than $10 million, is that correct?
We got less than 6.
Yeah, when you did your report, you claimed it as a loss on the annual reporting form, correct?
Ultimately.
Yeah.
We did the standard allowance, yes.
Yeah, you took the standard allowance. And then the question, and I've asked the Treasury Department, because I'm getting this question from everybody, is once you take that allowance, those funds still have all the federal requirements, because part of the federal requirements on ARPA is Davis-Bacon. And I've asked, in fact, I called today and talked to them, and they just said they forwarded me on to somebody else, so they'll call me back. But I mean, we're getting that question a lot, is what federal requirements are tied to ARPA funds if you're doing basically construction projects for contractors. And I can tell you that Treasury has not been very smooth in the rollout, particularly with these questions, and you're aware of it as much as I am. Yeah, I mean, but that's the issue. You really, I just want you to be clear that if you go housing, and again, we're having this discussion 3 or 4 years ago, no housing, no problem.
Right.
But DEO has not amended their guidelines and prices have gone through the roof.
Okay, thank you.
This is a public hearing, so we probably need to open it up to the public.
Let me get. At this point, we'll go ahead and open the floor for public hearing. You want to hear for public hearing? If you're here for public hearing, please fill out a yellow speaker's card. Come forward at this time. Do we have anything in the chat? Hearing nothing. Seeing no one here. We'll close public hearing at this time. And I want to make sure that I recognize Dr. Woods and Mr. Hobbs from the Housing Authority who sat here with us through the workshop. And so Dr. Woods, you've heard the conversations and the opportunities that exist for us to work on some housing projects together. And we look forward to the joint meeting so we can have greater discussion on how to use resources for those purposes. I know that's something that's near and dear to you as well.
Is anyone from the Housing Authority on that board that deal with community development? I think that would be important.
Citizens Advisory Task Force.
Yeah, the
What he's
task
asking
force,
about.
citizen advisory task force. I just asked.
Just appointed citizens. It was just appointed citizens. They didn't appoint anybody from the agency.
Yeah, 3 of them have to meet the LMI requirement, but next time you appoint, we could reach out to the Housing Authority to see if there's a representative, a resident representative that meets the requirement.
I think.
Thank you. Can you go ahead and give the recommendation?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, Commissioners, what was presented to the Citizen Advisory Task Force was a potable line replacement on Madison Street from North 5th Street to 11th Street. This is strictly potable line replacement. It is not road reconstruction. As you're aware, we are still seeking funding from the Florida Department of Transportation for that portion of the scope. In addition to that, it is to replace some high service pumps at the water treatment plant. We primarily put that in there to obtain the community-wide LMI requirement and get those points. That's estimated at $75,000. Total project cost is estimated, this is construction, mind you, not including grant administration or construction engineering inspection, at $717,035. So right now we are proposing a match, approximately $50,000 to get the points, as Mr. Fox outlined.
What's the capital outlay for the streets?
Well, as you've probably seen with some of the potable line replacements, if we don't secure the funding for the streetscape replacement when this project goes to bid, if and when it goes to bid, or you don't allocate additional funding from the general fund or from Better Place or other source, we basically would just be placing the water line in the parkway and we'd be patching the road where we cross the north-south roads.
Won't be much patching there.
What
Are there any questions?
What are the typical grant administration fees?
Approximately $53,000, sir.
It's the DEO caps at 8%. Our fee would only be about 53, which is 7,000 per year at.
Any other questions? You've heard the recommendation.
And again, the recommendation from your citizens was followed.
So you heard the recommendation from the task force as relates to this particular project and CDBG funding. Is there a motion at this time?
Motion to approve.
So motion to follow staff's recommendation and the recommendation of the Citizen Advisory Task Force. Is there a second? There's a motion on the floor and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So again, thank you, Mr. Fox. And we will be bringing this back for second reading at our first meeting in June, at our only meeting in June. And so again, thank you. And again, thank you to staff for your work on this project. This helps us close up a gap that we had as it relates to our potable water projects, and we can continue on. And I think the conversation was healthy, and we appreciate the education on on the housing aspects of it, because I think that was a good piece for everyone.
Work with you all on looking for housing options. And that's the housing agency up in Tallahassee, it's a different agency, state agency. Typically, they're working with nonprofits, but certainly, you want to do. You've got these lots that you're looking at where you can get homes, and if you acquire the option that you want to work to give them a house for lots of different.
Would you be open to a workshop or something to that regard? A workshop or something with the commission to that regard? Definitely. I appreciate you. Thank you, sir. That's all we need to attend and provide. Next up, Mr. Cutright. Update, discussion, direction on Hammock Hall.
Mr. Mayor, may I?
You can take it since Mr. Cutright fell a little behind after vacation.
So at the last meeting, the commission directed staff to obtain a broker's opinion regarding the value of Hammock Hall, market value. That broker's opinion was pushed out to you when we got it, and its copy of it is in your file now. What you find in your file to make it a little bit easier to understand is some comparable values that the broker relied upon in coming up with his opinion. And his opinion is actually found on the first page, which is at the bottom of the page, where he lists a high value, a low, and the median, of course, would be for you to calculate fairly easily. So with regard to the lots, his opinion is each lot high value of 25,000 each with an estimated market time of 6 to 12 months, a low of 10,000 each with a market time of 2 to 6 months. Obviously, the lower the price, the quicker it'll move. With regard to the structure at 429 Kirby Street, he's estimating a high value of 100,000 with a 10 to 14 month sale. And he's estimating a low at 75,000 with a 4 to 8 month sale. One of the factors that affected your value is the fact that the structure is in an area that's zoned R1, and obviously its prior use has not been residential, and its construction is not patently designed for residential. So this is the market value opinion, broker's opinion that you directed us to obtain, and staff will now seek your guidance, direction as to what you wish us to do.
Any comments, questions from the commission as it relates to this property? We have one sell it. We've got two sell it. Is there any other comments?
I still say get it appraised, get the appraised about value prior to selling it, moving that way. That seems a little low, $100,000 to me.
You can put it on the market, and whoever's purchasing it, they had an option to appraise it. You can just set the selling price. I don't think we need to bear the cost for the appraisal.
I think the selling price is higher than $100,000.
Yeah, 2294 square feet. That's pretty low for 2294.
Here's the reality of it. If we set it up the way we discussed earlier, we let someone tell us how much they believe it's worth, as opposed to us. They can put together what a proposal for the use. As the bids come in, then we'll know. Because the property's only valued at what somebody's willing to pay for it. And at the end of the day, putting a price on it, you may shortchange yourself.
If they want it, they'll pay the price for it. That's just like you know, people are doing right now, coming in sight unseen. And I just think we are shortchanging ourselves by selling that property at $100,000, and that's coming in at a broker's opinion. And I look at some of the comps. These comps are not comps to this place, not as I see them. And this is a very old picture, but again, that's my opinion. And looking at the variables, that's what I think.
If you decide to sell it, you can direct staff as to how you wish it sold. You can, one option, have it listed with a realtor, and you can put whatever price you want to put on it. The market will determine whether or not that price is realistic. The other option you would have would be, as we have done with some of our properties in the past, open it up for a sealed bid, advertise it, sign it, the whole 9 yards, and see what bids you get, with the understanding that you have the option of rejecting all bids. So it's the methodology for sale is yours to choose.
I just know there was a home, I guess, in the vicinity. It was only like 800, almost 900 square feet, somewhere in that neighborhood. It went for 153. So yeah, I would like to see what we can do about going back out and see if we can get a better number than that.
This wasn't intended to tell you what you had to ask for the house. You asked for a broker's opinion. That's
Just
all
give
it
you an
is.
idea.
Yeah,
It
give you an idea.
It gives you an idea what the brokers think. And so at the end of the day, we can come back with the information so that we can start accepting bids on the property if it's the pleasure of the commission to sell the property. And we can draft the language so that it can be accepted at the next meeting if that's the pleasure of the commission. If it is, then let's get a motion.
I make a motion that we sell it.
And that staff provide the appropriate language to accept bids. Is that a part of the motion?
So move.
Second.
So there's motion on the floor and a second. You need more direction in that? Do you want sealed bids? Closed bids, correct? Closed bids, right?
We heard that.
So closed bid is the motion. There's a second?
Second.
There's a motion on the floor and a second.
For clarity, can you tell me what the difference between closed bid and the sealed bid?
Closed and sealed
As
is
far as
essentially
the
the same.
process.
Closed and sealed is essentially the same as compared to an open bid where you would have a
Everybody see
auction,
it.
right?
Yeah. So there's a motion on the floor and a second for us to sell it and for there to be closed bids accepted as it relates to the property. There's a motion on the floor and a second. We'll now open the floor for discussion. Now you ask your question.
So we're gonna list the house.
No, sir. You're going
Y'all
to
said bid it. That's what you.
No, they're gonna, the house is gonna be sold. We'll accept bids on the house. So that's a little different than listing the house.
As we have done with some of our other surplus properties, a number of them, we advertised that we would be accepting sealed bids on the house. We advertised and we noticed that we were not obligated to accept any bid. We put a sign on the house, we advertised the house, we did everything we could to make the public aware of the house. And in today's market, the public seems to find out about not houses, but structures for sale. We allow a sufficient time for people to bid, and then we open the bids on a given date. And if there is a bid that is deemed acceptable by the commission, we accept it. If there's not, we reject it. In the past go rounds, I think we sold all but 2 properties. Is that right by bid, Jonathan? Was it 2? When we tried the sealed bid process, we sold all but 2 that we had listed at that one juncture. By the sealed bids, 2 were deemed, the bids we got were deemed
just
low. We took those properties then and put them out with a listing that was significantly higher than the sealed bid that we got, and they both ultimately sold.
So for example, you have an unsolicited bid that came in on this property, which is higher than the broker's opinion, which has a commitment to some other things as well. And so there was a request that that bid also be considered as a part of if the property is to be put up for sale ultimately by the commission's decision, that bid be considered as one of those bids. So that bid would come in it would come in as an official bid if accepted. And then, or they could basically give a sealed bid with the same information if they chose to and come forward at that time. And
So that we know what we're selling. It's the Hammock Hall, one lot, the lot that Hammock Hall is on. Is that correct?
No.
We need to be clarified.
If you sell Hammock Hall alone, all I'll mention is you're gonna have nothing but on-street parking, on-street
Yeah,
parking.
you're gonna create a problem. You sell Hammock Hall in the lots that go with it.
Right.
If not, you're gonna create
Isn't
your
it
own.
two
parking
lots
problem.
right there?
Yes.
So CLB, is this comp here, whatever we got back, that is only for Hammock Hall and not the lot, right?
If you look at it, the lots are
It
at
breaks it out, so-
25,000 a piece, and the high on the house of the
So
structure.
basically what you get from the broker is saying, and on the top end, he believes it's worth 150 with the lots.
Correct.
Okay.
That's what you get. And on the low end, a little, on the low end, about 100,000. And so, go ahead, Mr. Griffin.
Comment was made earlier, staff would suggest that any and all bids come in under the proposed advertisement, because there's a certification within all of our bids that they acknowledge all the terms of the invitation to bid. So we would suggest that we don't accept the previous offer. We just encourage that person to submit under the new advertisement.
To renew the offer.
That offer has been withdrawn, so I can make that simple for everybody.
So is that recommendation friendly to your motion?
Yes, sir. We can move forward.
To the second as well?
Second.
Any further discussion on this? Any other concerns, Commissioner Jones?
Yeah, just
want to make sure we got all your questions out the way, because I think at the end of the day, it's important that there is a clear understanding.
Yeah, I could put it out there that I'd rather for it be put on the market for sale to get the highest value for the property. To do, but that's it. I just wanted to be known.
It's be on the market for, it's on the market for sale. So. There's a motion on the floor. The second, is there any further discussion on this motion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 3-1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving forward, city manager and administrative reports. We got a couple items up underneath city manager reports. Mr. Holmes, I'll let you go through those at this time.
Yes, sir. First item on the agenda is potential acquisition of 511 St. John's Avenue. I think all of you but Commissioner Jones have had an opportunity to tour the structure. It there's been an offer by the person who holds the contract on that structure to sell it to the city at the price at which he has the contract. The contract price that he has on the structure is 1.2 million. So opportunity that staff obviously needs to make the commission available, are aware of, and if the commission wishes to further explore it, then they can give staff direction, and if not, then they can give staff direction, and we'll go from there.
Mayor.
Yes, sir.
If I may, I feel that this is a conversation that needs to be had while we have all 5 of us present. Due to circumstances, Commissioner McCaskill could not be here, and I would would love to hear what she has to say with regards to this property. So that would be my comment or statement for tonight with regards to this particular item, being that it is a major potential purchase.
Second.
Can I just make one statement? And I totally understand and don't disagree to the extent that my opinion matters, but I have been advised by the current holder of the contract that his current due diligence period expires June 10th. It is possible that he could get an extension on that, and I can certainly go back to him and ask that he get an extension on that. And if not, then so be it. I mean, I'm not, all I'm doing is making you aware of the fact that he made me aware of that this week.
Okay, so it may create an opportunity for us to have a special call meeting on this if necessary.
So So what would be the purpose of purchasing at 511 St. John? What the use would be?
Well, it's my
Potential
understanding
city
that the
hall,
use
I
would
see.
be to put City Hall there.
To move City Hall?
Correct. It's a building of 17,000 square feet. It's not currently in use. It's not currently on the tax rolls. You've also, well, you didn't, but everyone else toured it, understands the condition of the building and the potential that it has, parking and otherwise at one location. Offices for commissioners, commission meeting room with security, some departments, consolidation. It would also free this building up for disposition. So it's an opportunity. You may or may not wish to take advantage of it, but it was made known to staff and our obligation is to make it known to you.
Commissioner Campbell, was that a motion to table?
Yes, sir.
There's a motion tabled by Commissioner Campbell.
Second.
There's a second by Commissioner Borum. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
If I could take one further item, Blue Crab Festival, I see that Miss,
No way, make her wait.
I'll be.
Nah, I'm just playing. Come on up.
So we have our final Blue Crab pre-planning meeting tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. I don't know what number that is, but it's been a number, there've been a number of meetings that we've held. This morning's meeting lasted for about 3 hours. From my perspective, I think that in 75 days, I'll just say it, I think that the individual you selected as the coordinator has done a great job. Your staff has done a great job. There's been cooperation from all angles of this, from staff and the coordinator as well. We'll have our final pre-planned meeting tomorrow morning at 9 and discuss the final details and anything that's occurred since this morning. And then the festival would be starting tomorrow. So just wanted to update you and advise you of that. And if there's any specific questions, she can probably answer them better than I.
This is as quiet as I've ever heard her.
It won't last.
It won't.
Don
Go ahead.
told me yesterday when he's talking, pipe down.
Does that really work? But
I
so
mean,
go
first
ahead,
time.
for those who haven't spoken to you, go ahead and introduce yourself and give us the give us a little breakdown and update of what's happening.
Hey there, everybody. I'm Janetta, and it's a pleasure to have been so entrenched in Palatka in the last 75 days. I have made a lot of friends, patronized a lot of local businesses, got to know a lot of people. In that time, I think we've really, it's nothing short of miraculous that this is happening. I was not sure about the project when we first discussed it, but we've made a lot of headway. I really appreciate the city taking the time every week to have a meeting, bring us up to speed. We're ready to go. I hope you all come to the Blue Crab. It's really, that's the moral of the story. There's entertainment. We're getting the courthouse lawn ready. When you leave tonight, the stage is up. It's nothing short of, 200 people. And really, we had a great outpouring. We have 140 volunteers out of Palatka that are involved in this project. So t-shirts are local, stagehands are local, got local bartenders. I mean, we've got, it really came together and I'm excited to see it. So if you see me, I'm probably just going to be working with my head down it will be the most quiet you've ever seen me for the next 72 hours.
Oh, this is.
Till it's over. Well, no, I'm not. I'm yakking right now, but it is a all hands on deck style project to really facilitate it properly. And I feel like, we're going to do just that. I'm fully confident. Everything has come together. Our shuttles, our entertainment, we made a lot of headway in the last 72 hours. It's going great. It's going great so far. So any questions you have for me, fire away.
Do you need anything from this commission for the weekend?
Well, do you want to announce anybody on stage? We talked about that at one point.
What you looking at me for?
Rufus Bourne, he is good at doing that.
You can each do it and
I defer that over to.
you can do it. You can all probably, we have 34 acts that need to be announced. So would like, all kidding aside, I would like for the city to have their faces there. It's you guys made this possible. You committed the effort to it, the funding to it. I'd like you to get some of the credit for it when it happens, so.
Certain. So is there a particular time that you would like us there, individually, together, or how do you want to do it?
It doesn't matter. Anytime you want to come by, if the mayor has my phone number, you guys, we can start a group chat and I can assign you a time to come by, jump up on stage and announce somebody if you want to. If you don't want to, don't worry about it, but I think it would be a good look.
There will be parking reserved for you here at City Hall for all of you.
I think you've all been invited to the city people type reception on the rooftop at 7 to 10, Friday and Saturday.
Okay.
I haven't.
Sponsors. Oh,
We didn't invite him.
you are, well, that may or may not have been intentional,
That's
but
fine. I can roll with
you
it.
are today. I invited you right now.
It was
so.
coming in the report.
Yeah. I haven't
You
seen
We
took-
have the list. We're vetting the list.
No, you took it. You took it away.
So yeah, it's gonna be a great time. It's gonna be responsible, it's gonna be happy, it's gonna be safe. We've done everything to ensure that.
So we'll be there tomorrow for the kickoff. So we'll kick off with you tomorrow. And then if we need to, we'll work the list for commissioners to come in and do announcements.
Cool.
And so we'll make that happen, and whatever we need for it, whatever you need, we're trying to make it happen.
Okay.
We won't give you too much leeway as far as giving out orders and stuff.
I like giving out orders.
We know. That's why they're in the back looking like that.
Scary?
So,
Scary?
but again, this has definitely been a learning experience, and so we'll give a recap on the festival, and we definitely appreciate the efforts and the work that you put forward. The reach has expanded over 100,000 as it relates to over 125,000, I think, on this project, and so we're excited about that. And we are looking forward to what will hopefully be the best blue crab ever.
We're gonna try it.
And so let's make it happen. So we'll
Oh, if any of you want to run the Jello jump,
no.
we do have that position available.
So Ms. Kitchens is gonna do the Jello jump,
I
and
heard Miss Kitchens, they said Miss Kitchens was gonna, you're Miss Kitchens? Oh,
Do what?
the Jello jump. You don't know what it is?
How far is it?
How far? You don't jump. It's not the long jump. It's the Jello jump.
Okay, help me out.
So it's a inflatable pool filled with Jello. We're gonna put a bunch of fake keys in it.
and don't eat it.
If you reach down and get, who wants to eat blue Jello? If you reach down and get the right key, you win a boat.
Oh.
He's
You
jumping.
really want it? It's a bar.
We got a boat donated.
Now they're jumping.
Yeah.
So
It's a boat.
I don't want it.
So we're excited about the carnival.
You need
We're
another
we're
boat
excited
for a
about all the
prize.
events that are coming forward, and we are looking forward to Blue Crab.
Good talk.
And again, thank you very much. We're looking forward to hearing your band.
Hey.
And so we saw you with Montel Jordan, so we're waiting for it all to happen. So
Nobody's got Instagram but you.
Listen, I'm gonna say, just don't let us down.
You saw it.
so again, thank you very much, and we definitely appreciate you.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
And nothing further, Mayor.
And kudos to staff for all the hard work moving forward with this festival. We're looking forward to an exciting and safe weekend for our citizens and for all of our visitors. Nothing else for Mr. Holmes at this time. So we got our planning director, Ms. Walsh, if you're coming forward with your report.
We received a letter from DEO recently notifying us that we had to submit a letter of possible amendment to our comp plan. I've spoken with the state at DEO, Mr. Ray Eubanks, and he assures me that because we got our private property rights element adopted last fall, we're in compliance with state statutory language. So we don't have to do an ear report. But he highly recommended that we go ahead and update our comp plan. because it hasn't been done since 2008. We have a DEO grant application in to go ahead and do that under the EAR report. If it's awarded, we may have to revise that scope of work to exclude an EAR and just go ahead and say we're going to go ahead and do it. It would be paid for if we receive the reward. Award, sorry, not reward. I guess that's kind of the same thing.
Right.
But it was good news, and I thought you guys might like to hear that, Mr. Hill. I will revise our letter of notification back to DEO and have you sign it.
Okay. And so, and just for information purposes, let the commission and the public know just how much that comp plan amendment would probably cost us if we were not to receive any type of award to get it in place.
Approximately $75,000.
So I think those are all considerations that we have to look at as we move forward. The reality of it is we're 15 years removed from a comp plan for comp plan amendments. Community is consistently changing and growing. And so, you know, no differently than the conversations about impact fees and moving forward in those ways, or, you know, the time has come for us to truly start looking at how we plan and how we move forward. And so we've, in essence, kicked this can down the road for a long time. And so we need to consider that as we move forward with our budget. So again, thank you very much. Any questions from the commission?
I have a question reference to the department, and it deals with insurance and what the laws are pertaining to homeowners with roofs that's older than 10 years old. So people are coming in that have probably got permits over the last 10 or 15 years and trying to prove to their insurance companies that the work was done. I just had a call in reference to it just was a concern. Are we able to look into any archives and find those things? I know we didn't have a permitting department for some time. Are you finding any challenges, or have you found any plans to kind of like help the public in finding these things?
We do our best
Tell me.
to research it when those calls come in. We
Have-
check our legacy software, the ADG software,
Mhm.
which is valid up until, of course, 2018, when all those permitting applications went to the county or began to go to the county. So then we also ask the county if they have anything in their system. We look it up also in their citizen serve software that they now have online. It just went online in January. So we do our best to pull that up, because I know what the challenge is for those homeowners. If they can't prove it, then they have to put a new roof on, or their insurance gets jacked out of sight.
Right, and you know, I had that
If they can
complaint.
get it.
Hey, so my other question is there any other alternative, like maybe a before, pre-2012, post-2000, if the work had been done, like aerials that we have? I'm just asking, 'cause I don't know what we actually possess. Have we done GIS?
Well, up until
Any kind of GIS?
you had a department you had a department in the inside of City Hall,
Right.
well, in the annex until 2018. So that your department functioned until 2018.
But
So
I
you got
think
a
it was the
4-year
dump.
gap.
I think is what would been explained, the dump, when they dumped it over to the county.
When they changed the system over just recently to the online permitting, then you saw some data. I think you had some data gaps in there, but other than that, I think everything else is pretty much functioning, because they're still pulling old permits for different properties as
Right.
they start to assess stuff.
Right. But it takes time for them to look up their stuff in the legacy system as well, to verify whether or not there's a permit.
So if it's not found, it's tough on them. They just,
Yeah.
Yeah.
The insurance companies have been.
oh yeah.
Strict, very strict.
Any other questions? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Cartwright.
Just be up there, last week we had a fun day at Charlemont. It went real well. Okay, it went real well. We had a good turnout, about 55 to 60 kids. I think I sent an email out there about it to kind of give y'all a snapshot. We're looking at doing June the 9th The next one, Sugar Hill area. James A. Long area. We're trying to get a definitive summer schedule, probably here the next couple of weeks. So we'll be doing it once a month. The police department, PAL, Housing Authority, and we had a couple more organizations join us. I think the Girl Scouts and Mirrors Bank, Cash Checking the Cash, they supported us too. So we had a good turnout. The kids had fun. We gave away a few things. Y'all already heard from Janetta about the blue crab, so it's come, enjoy. All hands on deck, like she said. We still got a lot of volunteer shirts, so if you want to get one, come on out here and put your name on those time slot and we'll make it do what it do. Other than that, code enforcement, we start our initiative this June. Our cases of the initiatives this June, we got about 7 cases on deck. It's moving pretty good. Like Commissioner Jones said, we have had several people come in and just say thank you. So hopefully we can keep that going and go from there. Any questions?
I won't be at your June 9th event. I'll be at a conference.
Okay.
Thank you.
City conference.
Chief. You ain't gonna get around that way.
I just wanted to cover some dates. Just wanted to cover some dates. We had our Talking Tuesday on the 24th. Commissioner Campbell participated in on the South Side Historic District. Was able to talk to some people, but didn't really get that many complaints. We will outline them though, and then have them for you and send them out to you so you can see what our issues were that was discussed during the walk. I can tell you one was speeding for a bunch of different areas in the county that had nothing to do with us. But I will gladly send out the other information that we got. I'd also want to point out a couple other events we have coming up. On the 7th, we have our quarterly zone meeting, which we're looking to hold at the Price Martin Center. On the 10th, we have our first Brain Freeze Friday. And on the 13th, summer camp starts. So those are all events that's coming up, and we are continuously pushing forward with our community engagement, and we're out in the community as much as possible. As Eddie stated earlier, we had the community festival, and we're looking forward to our next community festival that we're planning for the Sugar Hill area.
James A. Long Apartments.
James A. Long Apartments. Is correct. So yes, sir. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer. And thank you.
I just want to thank you guys for what y'all are doing in terms of the community engagement, and that's exactly what we need, and it's going to be a big success.
Thank you, sir.
So Brain Freeze Fridays is for, I would take it it's Italian, it's ice or something.
That's right. That's correct. So we'll be giving out free ices, and we also give out cotton candy from time to time. But ices and cotton candy.
And where's that location?
I do not have that right now, but I'll definitely send it out.
Thank you. Chief. Huh?
Thomas was.
Evening, Commissioners, Mr. Mayor.
No,
Just
sir,
a
you
brief
missed an
update.
item. I'm sorry, Chief. You missed an item on the agenda.
Which
Please don't tell us that.
GSA Director report,
Paving item.
paving, asphalt paving.
Oh, where? That's
It's down at the bottom.
12. Planning Director report, sir.
I'll stop putting that stuff on there. Keep going.
Oh, you're fine. I just wanted to update the commission. Chief Branford has finished his Life Safety Educator 1 and 2. Finished his Fire Safety Inspector 2. So he's moving along into that position. Recently, we did the rope rescue with the county and our new people, and also trench rescue with county and new people. So we're getting more help on that end on the USAR for urban search and rescue. In July, we're going to open that up for our public works people who need to go through those classes. So we'll have that for them. The SCBA are coming in. I think we're just missing the escape packs now, so we're just about got everything. We're ready to go live with those. And then one other thing I just wanted to mention was Take Stock in Children. I was a mentor for about 5 years. I really enjoyed that, and I would encourage anyone to take part in that. It's a great, rewarding opportunity. And other than that, hope we have a great Blue Crab and appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Griffin.
So thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. In your packet, we distributed the results of an invitation to bid for paving services at 4 locations. You directed staff to go out and get bids. There was only one response. It was P&S Paving. Total cost was $85,276.90. And again, those locations were North 18th Street, Washington and Napoleon, North 19th Street and Eagle intersection, North 18th and Wapala intersection, and North 17th and Wapala intersection.
Go ahead.
So
Cut your mic on.
18th and 18th and Ocean. You know, it's the one that had all those patches. Here. I see Wapala over here. That's the opposite end of that's almost by Jenkins Middle School. But the one that city manager and I went to, that's Washington. It's actually 18th and Ocean. You remember the one that had like almost like looked like about 80 patches in it.
That's Washington to Napoleon, it's 2 blocks. It includes Ocean, right?
Washington
To Napoleon,
Yeah,
it
it's,
includes Ocean.
you going down the whole street there.
Washington, Ocean, Napoleon, the next block, then Wapala.
Well, you know, Washington to Napoleon.
On
I guess
18th,
it's-
North
but-
18th, Washington to Napoleon.
So we're doing all of Washington and all of Napoleon?
You're doing North 18th Street for 2 blocks.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It covers the area you're talking about.
All right.
So if it's the will of the commission, we can put this on the next agenda for award, but a budget amendment would be necessary. The only place that I can think of right now that we could pull the funds from would be Better Place. But be advised, we have told you previously that you got multiple large projects coming up, St. John's Avenue being one of those where we're expecting cost overruns. And Better Place has significant reserves that we've been holding back on until that project came to bid. And this area is included in the future raise scope of work. That's all I had, Mayor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Shank.
Just one thing, Mayor, I want to recognize Sunny for her being nominated in the 2022 Municipal Clerk's Honor Roll.
Congratulations.
That's it.
Thank you to whoever nominated me. I don't know who, but it's much appreciated, that as well as Employee of the Month. Thank you.
That's it. Council.
No, sir. Thank you.
Mr. McNair. You changed the dress code for us around here. Glad you get Mr. Holmes to step his game up. You got your mic on?
Got it. So just prepping for the airport advisory meeting for next week, where we'll be discussing the leasing policy that was referenced. I believe it was my first commission meeting with you guys. So, you know, we'll walk through it, the framework, and then next steps will be coming before your body to get support and approval.
Any questions? Thank you, sir.
Yep, thanks.
Mr. Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to bring to the commission's attention that the Our Florida program. I thought I was being loud enough. Want to bring to your attention that the Our Florida program that I mentioned several times, that's helped out a number of our citizens with utility bills, came to a conclusion on May 12th. So we're still receiving some money. To date, we've received checks in the amount of $38,500. Some more commitments have been made and will be coming along over time. Just want to let you know that that had come to a completion.
The program has been very helpful to citizens who have struggled over the course of this pandemic. And so it's been great for you to give us those updates on that as well.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions or?
Any questions or comments at this time? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Walsh, did you have anything else? Ms. Krantz?
One thing, sir, if I may. At the next CRA meeting in June, the CRA will need to appoint a committee to review the building improvement grant, sealed applications that we have received and opened. To date, I have only received the recommendations of 2 commissioners. So just a friendly reminder, if you would provide your recommendations to me, so I have the opportunity between now and then to reach out to the suggested individuals to see if they're interested.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else? Commissioner Bora?
Nothing to add. Just want to congratulate Sunny on all of her recognitions and honors. Well deserved. As is our entire staff does a wonderful job, but she's in our spotlight right now, so we just want to magnify her.
Commissioner Campbell.
Also, congratulations to Sunny and her hard work and dedication to this city. Also want to make mention that we're still accepting applications for our youth ambassadors program. And we should be soon hopefully rolling out information with regards to our summer internship program.
The deadline, if I may.
Oh, the deadline for the applications is tomorrow. But we are not turning any applications down.
Do we have any qualifications for the program itself, like the qualifications for people to be able to submit for the?
There's an entire portion dedicated on our website to it, as well as we'll have Sunny send that out to the commissioner, so we'll have it in our email address, but all of that is laid out.
Thank you.
Is it shared on social media site as well?
Commissioner Johnson. I don't have it.
Tonight? Tonight? I'm only laughing because it's 9:20 in Alabama. So again, we're excited. It's festival season. Wolfson's was last weekend. 360 boats. Kudos to all the volunteers who woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning for that event, to our staff, which got raving reviews again. Huge event, many local anglers. And so it's festival time here in Palatka. We're excited. The sun is out. We're glad to have you back, council. Our thoughts and prayers have been with you. And just again, to all the staff here at the city, our department heads, our staff in various capacities. We know these meetings are long. We know that the work that you do is tireless. And sometimes it seems that it may not necessarily be appreciated, but it is. Your efforts are appreciated. We are grateful for the things that you do for this city and to support this commission. And we look forward to great days and many opportunities for us to continually build on this team effort. And so again, thank you to everybody in your respective places for all that you do in making Palatka the gem of the St. Johns River. To our citizens, We will continue to reshine the gym. We're gonna put a sign up in downtown that says, "Pardon our dust, the gym is being reshined," so that people will know that St. John's Avenue is gonna be totally different. And so we're just excited to see change coming. So again, thank you very much for all that you do. We'll stand adjourned.